全部発射管1番から6番まで装填完了です。
ならば先に1番を発射してください。
回避行動を取りつつ反撃せよ。配管戦だ。気を引き締めてかかれ。
Well, howdy everybody. Howdy Cam, howdy Gundam, howdy Creighton. How are you all doing? I hope you're all safe. Hope you're all having a good day. I'm glad you don't have to go out anymore, Creighton. I don't know, maybe y'all didn't hear it yesterday, but we got some lightning here too. It's real spooky. Isn't it so dumb? Cam, isn't it so dumb that YouTube defaults to a setting that no one wants? I don't know why they do it. But yeah, no, I got there ahead of time because I was trying to make my posting the title for today, and I just couldn't figure out a way to make it like character like. So I was like, I already have something, I'll just use that. Your bosses are being weird again. You got to lift 40-pound trash can to replace it. Good gracious. Can you lift it right into their car? No, don't do that. You recently downloaded Gakuma's Idolmaster Imagine Uma, but with idols. Incredible. That's fun. I really wanted to I tried real hard. I really wanted to like Pretty Derby. I like those management sims. I definitely like the idea of a management sim, especially. Maybe the problem is just I've not found the right one. Howdy, Mr. Austin, genuine question. How long does it take for you to think of titles? It depends. Sometimes it's like a thing that I figure out right before stream. Like, I sit down and go, I need to stream in 10 minutes. Let's crack out a title. And then sometimes it's like, I've got to think about this, like, between streams. Like, I've definitely sat from all of Thursday to when I streamed on Friday, workshopping one. And then other times I will have, like, an inspiration in the middle of the week, and I'll just, like, write it up in, like, a spreadsheet. So, a range of all three. You're just trying to show some Super Mario World ROM hacks, but constant lightning flashes outside. Frustrating. Have fun with your Kaizos, question mark? I should love Uma so many numbers, but no, it wasn't too anime. I think the problem is it's not just I love numbers. I love numbers that matter. And it felt like the numbers just did not matter at all. It felt like I was putting so much effort in and got like none of this changed anything. And I recognize that that's like probably the new player experience, right? Like that's just tutorializing the game still. But I don't know how much time I want to put into something to wait to get to the point that like those matter. Because I found when I've played gacha games in the past, a lot of times there are a lot of really good numbers. It's just that they're so above the threshold of whatever gameplay actually asks you to do that I was just like, why? Give Austin a princess raising sim. Maybe he convinces her to do democracy. Probably. There was, oh man, what was that? There was a princess raising sim. That was not like the famous one. I don't remember what it's called now, but yeah, no, that was a lot of fun. I did enjoy that. Now you hate Kaiser. Okay. The numbers matter for winning races, especially if you do competitive. Yeah, maybe the trouble was I just like wasn't doing it. Like I was saying, like maybe the trouble is just like I was not deep enough in yet, but like I don't know how much of the time I want to put in to get deep enough into that when like I already have plenty enough number things that I can follow. So maybe that's the question. How long did it take for Uma to feel fun? Because we've talked about this before, that like there's definitely things that you need to give an amount of time for them to like feel out their space, right? A lot of these are being made for people who are like playing games for the first time. Or like that their like only experience is with this like very entry level, very like more like advertiser driven parts of gacha games. Not that gacha games are that, just that a lot of gacha games do have that, you know. There's multiple scenarios now too, not just one championship. Oh, that's good. Okay. That's also definitely the thing, is that like a lot of these feel way more solvable than like once you know how to, like once you've unpicked the puzzle, there's a lot less to do. It's then just about like getting all the rest of your characters to also get to that point. Yeah, perhaps I have been itching for like something more crunchy on my phone before I go to bed. Maybe I will try it again. You got a little insane right now. You're trying to find an old Otome visual novel where you play a princess and there's a scene where a princess was almost kidnapped because the villain promised her candy. God, you remember the name? That's like so generic. I don't know how much I can help with that, Gundam. Hopefully someone knows what you're talking about. But I have a couple of those rattling around in my head too that I'm like, this is so frustrating. I swear this exists and I don't remember what it is. You didn't catch the rest of last time. What happened? We fought... I don't know where you stopped, Pringle, so I'm going to assume you stopped probably roughly where everyone else was, which was we fought the missiles for like an hour and a half because I'm bad at doing this. I'm bad at doing the math in this game. Then Ingram showed up and like pontificated about his plan. Valletta kept describing him as being like too far gone. So theoretically, there is like something happening to him. We knocked him to low HP, and he said that he was like, oh man, I guess I didn't let the Rivale like regenerate enough. But he would not let on the fact that we were growing past his expectations. But Valletta sort of reassured us that we're like, no, actually we're like maybe meeting or exceeding what he wanted. Like the plans are now sort of in place. Is like roughly speaking what we did. There was not a lot of post credits, like or post mission story though. Midori, you're logging in on a very loaded question. Wait, which one? How it can't be more loaded than yesterday. You're big into reading the story career, so that clicked pretty fast. That's fair. Yeah, like that game does also just have a mountain's worth of text for you that if like I know that's your thing, Gab. Like I know you love that thing. Like I know you love that part of a game. So like yeah, it's very easy for you to click to. It's a pretty famous one, PS2 era. There is Gundam. There is a I'm sure if you search it, there is a video that has a 10-second cutscene or a 10-second clip from every game on every console. So you might be able to find it through that. Why did chat get disconnected? Okay, just a blip. You could remember because you were locked in on that Dokkan battle grind. Yeah. We should be in a chunky story segment. Yeah, no, I suspect as much. We are like, what? We've got 4 maps left, I think. It's that one, the Otome, where it gets a spinoff where you play the main character Rival because people liked the Rival that much in the OG game. I feel like that's like so many things too. I feel like old fandom had so much of the we just love one of these side characters, and then we're like, well, I guess we're gonna make something about that too. That might be in my heart more than actually like I can't think of good examples of that though. It's funny how much Austin's audience plays gacha. Yeah, no, y'all play gachas so much. I think that's just like the nature of like modern gaming, though, is that a lot of people play a gacha somehow because there's so many of them now. Like the broad appeal, we talked about this before. The broad appeal after Genshin has just made it such that if anyone sort of likes games, and we all seem to have an amount of idle time, if not just going to work, like at work, where we can like we want like something to engage with. It's real easy to have one. I feel like it's just gonna keep happening. It was like one of the first instances of it. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I'll see if I can find the video, Gundam, and I'll post it in the Discord if you like want to use it. It's a long watch, but you can click through it pretty quickly. Hi, Drumker. Howdy. Welcome. Hello. We did in fact finish up like 5 minutes after you left yesterday, so you don't miss much. Not me, you don't play gacha. Oh, right, Magic. Magic is not a gacha. Those are different. They are similar, but they are different. Plays gacha or just live service games like Fortnite, Rivals, Overwatch. Yeah, but like live service games are the way video games feel like they're trying to be made anymore. So like that's also really hard to dodge. In the Angelique series, it's just the other one you can't remember. Okay, that's like you've narrowed it down pretty closely then. So it's a PS2 visual novel game in the Angelique series. Am I getting that right so far, Gundam? Yeah, I feel like we've narrowed it down pretty tightly then. Okay. This is not as like dramatically, this is not as like wide a question as I thought it was at first. You were finishing watching Epic the Musical. Did you enjoy the end of it? Have I actually watched the end of it? I was watching it as it was premiering for a while. And then I don't actually think I ever watched the end of it, actually. At least gacha has a pity where you can get what you want. You guarantee no such luck in TCGs. I mean, I was gonna say, yeah, like the pity system is just buy singles, yeah. But that doesn't really work for like online TCGs nearly the same way. It's really beautiful ending. Okay. You know what? Actually, I think I stopped it halfway through. I think I stopped the last like song release section halfway through because I listened to the song where he's like at the suitors. I listened to that song and I think I've not listened to anything else after that. I need to go through it again anyway. It's been a minute. Okay, let's rock. And we got a big story chunk. Let's get through this to see if we can actually get like 2 chapters today. I see. So Atad is dead. How fares the battle outside? We continue to hold the advantage. And the enemy? They are regrouping for an assault on the Devim. They're in the midst of a fleet engagement as we speak, even making certain allowances. The fact that they've breached our defense line is quite noteworthy. You've done a fine job of preparing them, Ingram, Pliskin. The autoplanetoid Navim could hardly hope to have finer watchdogs. I shall be entering the Judeca's core now. I leave the rest in your hands, Ingram. Understood. I have to imagine we've like removed almost the entirety of this group. I have to imagine that OG2 is probably the enemy that they were like preparing us to be weapons to fight. The 3rd and 4th fleets have been wiped out. Ugh. That just leaves our flagship fleet and the 6th fleet. Incoming transmission from the Great Ark. Ship is out of control. Oh, no. They're under concentrated enemy battleship bombardment. Ah! The Great Ark! It's... Major General Norman. They got sunk in seconds. Oh, God. Ah, a new enemy fleet has appeared. We're losing ground, ma'am. This is what a 6-to-1 difference in military strength looks like. Captain, I suggest that we temporarily retreat and regroup for Phase 3. We have neither the time nor the leeway for that. We're skipping Phase 3. Have all battleships withdraw, except for our own and the Hagane. You're skipping Phase 3 entirely? You don't mean... I do. We're moving straight to Phase 4. It's too dangerous as things stand now. Besides, our 2 ships alone are lacking in firepower. We don't even know if we can break the White Star's energy field. Concentrate the Hiryu Customs energy field to the fore. By pressing both force fields against each other, we'll trigger a crystal thinning phenomenon across the surface of the enemy barrier. But even then... Oh, I see now. That's right. Using the hypergravity impact cannon and Hagane's buster cannon, we won't be breaking the energy field. We'll be blasting through it at a point-blank range. Goodness gracious. Major Zonga or Lieutenant Kyosuke could hardly have come up with a more audacious plan. If we fail to execute it properly, both our ships will perish. That said, if we wish to get our PT squadron inside the fortress, yes, it's the only shot we have. 2 chapters puts us perfectly on track for next week. Yeah. Like, we won't have a tier list, probably. But like honestly, or a first reaction tier list for this is going to be the most all over the place because it's really hard to say when everyone can kind of do anything. You even doubt if Super Robot Wars Gacha went global if you would play it. Yeah, I mean, you know I don't. Last week for OG1. Yeah, it'll be next week will be last week. Even if we do only one, yeah, okay. I suppose it could if we did one chapter a week. We could drag it into the week after, but that seems really unlikely. But I'm so looking forward to OG2 at this point. Like I try really hard not to just like next thing everything. Like I want to be excited about the thing that we are on to. But it's real hard not to be pumped for next game too. Nah, a Super Wars Gacha would kill me inside knowing there's going to be a unit you're particularly hyped for and you're never going to get it. Yeah. That's like part of the pain that I had with the SMT Gacha is like I heckin' love so many of those characters and just being like I'm pulled for these characters and just could not get them was so tilting. Wait, I didn't realize that DD had Zombieland song in it. That game has so many ludicrous crossovers. Whoa, hold on there. Why are the other fleets retreating? Where's our backup? The flagship's been sunk. Our forces can't take more losses, or the whole operation will be a failure. But there are so many enemy units out there. Are we supposed to handle them all by ourselves? Don't get cold feet on me, Kusura. Remember, fear is the mind killer. Dune reference? She's right. The moment your heart breaks is the moment... The moment your heart breaks is the moment you truly face defeat. All units, take heart! Roger that. All units, the Hiryu Custom and Hagane will be charged with the White Star to create an opening. An opening? Are we in Phase 4 then? That's right. We're going to break through the enemy's final defense line by ourselves. Oh man, there it is. The captain's going all in. See what you've done, Kyosuke? This is my fault. Sorry, guys. You're actually apologizing? This is the final operation. Try to act like it. Actually, I think this is the perfect mixture. Too much tension isn't good for anyone. Yeah, and it's the field commander's job to keep his men relaxed. Wait, what? That's enough of that. This is all going over his head. Somehow that doesn't surprise me. With forces like these, any captain would be driven to drastic measures. No, I'm doing this because I believe in your strength. Once we've created our opening, the rest is up to you, Lieutenant Kyosuke. Roger. Now how exactly are you trying to break the White Star's energy field? Don't you worry about that. Just focus on what you'll be doing once you break in. They wouldn't. Uh-oh. Are they going to do what I think they're going to do? Captain Daitetsu, are you ready? The Hagane and the Hiryu Custom will now make a break for the White Star. Once our ships reach it, the first stage of this operation will be over. We're counting on all of you to see us there safely. Okay, sure. Bring the Hiryu Custom and the Hagane to the White Star. Parentheses, Naveem. Sure. The Hiryu Custom or Hagane is destroyed. Destroy all enemies before revealing the victory condition. Sure, okay. Yeah, not bad. But when you want more Super Robot Wars and the titles we never got. I mean, because if the game's just, like, not fun, if I don't want to think that is, like, just padding. That is my only concern, and from the looks of it, it looks like just padding to me. I, like, will absolutely accept that my opinion can be changed about that. Like, that could be wrong. But that is the appearance that I get. OG2 is exciting, right? Like, it seems really cool. OG2 is upon, I feel like being excited is fair right around the corner. Yeah. Like I can feel the momentum building. I can feel the end of this game coming. It's like waiting for summer or like winter break. Wait, what did Creighton say? Yeah. That's what saving for pity is. Yeah. In a modern gacha, there's few excuses to not get what you want unless they're directly next to each other in release. I mean, or just, like, time. I feel like time is a pretty good excuse for that one. Sometimes these things take an immense amount of investment. And at least for me, what I want is a gacha that does not act like it wants me to be playing it as, like, the game that I'm playing that day. Like, I want it to be able to fill I want it to be able to fill a space that is, like, in downtime and not required to feel like a job. And I feel like there's plenty of gachas that have pity systems or just even systems that make you want to treat like a job. There's coins you get from summons, and you can wait to cash in those coins on particular characters you want, and then return for the banner. And you're fighting the temptation to cash it all in on Goku. Yeah, this is I have stayed away from a lot of these. I think maybe also because I know I have a very like compulsive personality. I've like tried to stay away from some of them. Maybe because I turn into a job more than it wants to be turned into a job. Yeah, no, I love these battleships a lot. These are really good battleships. I mean, units get attacks and character interactions, which, as you know, are your 2 draws. Yeah. Super Wars is not a game you herald for good combat, with the exception of, like, OGs and the Z series. I don't know if that's true. I guess, like, what defines a good combat? Like, how different of combat is this from Fire Emblem? Because I don't think it's that different. And, like, those games are, I would describe as having good combat. Oh, yeah, you were playing Y again. Was sad Kira showed up and you wouldn't stop laughing because you forgot you gave Kira the we're winning the battle BGM from Love Love since his VA is Takaru from Love Love. That's kind of fun. You've made your own crossover. OG2 is what you call the OG game where everyone starts getting the real cool stuff. That's kind of what I'm hoping for, Crane. Right? Like, I know of Koryu and Ryoko. I know I talk about it all the time. But I have to imagine we're going to get, like, stuff like that for the rest of the group, like the rest of the team, too. So, of course, I'm excited for those. Oh, we need to... Hold on. I will remember. We need to put better post-movement parts on the 008. Like, we can Rocher Saber this fine, but... Gacha games are to be designed to be a quick short burst. Normally you log in to do dailies. Right, yeah. But there are some gacha games that don't seem to know that anymore. Where it's like, oh, I'll do my dailies, and then my daily is actually like 3 hours to get all of it done. Like, that feels like a problem to me. I mean, if you don't put the work in to get the resources, the other option is paying, I guess. Just made peace with that dichotomy. Yeah, and I think that I'm glad that option exists for people. I just don't want to feel like I either have to pay such an exorbitantly high price that I'm basically buying a video game. I could buy a full game, or I could maybe get rolls for this character, or it's like the thing I'm doing that day. Yeah, I typically reserve myself to putting like $5 or $10 into a gacha a year. And that has served me well. Like, I had almost everything bannered from... I had almost every banner from the DX2 gacha. And that was like... I think I bought 2 $5 packs one time. Good combat is combat that is engaging and challenging. It challenges me. I'm rarely challenged by maps. And the highlight is seeing the attacks. Bosses also rarely impress me, very similar to FA. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess because of how I like try to play these. Yeah, like you do sort of need to ban things. You do sort of need to like opt out of winning strategies. But I think that is just the nature of any tactics game once you know how to once you know quote unquote how to play a tactics game. So I like, to me, that feels like that's symptomatic of the genre, in which case, like, aren't they all going to kind of like fall under that like not great combat? In which case, I think maybe we just like need to change the scale of what we're measuring for in combat in this case. But I do hear what you mean. I feel like that even compared to OG1, OG2 on the GBA, everything just felt like such an upgrade. That even compared to OG1 and OG2 on the GBA. Wait, everything what, Crane? All the other GBA games felt like an upgrade compared to the OG GBA? Yeah, having not finished one, or like... I really enjoyed my time with D. I maybe have an amount of fondness for R in a way that is like tied to the fact that I spent so much time working on it and maybe is like disproportionate, but yeah, I do yeah, I have definitely thought about this. I'm like having it hauling over because I'm trying to figure out like what to say. This is a problem I was having like when I was in the throes of analyzing R and Neo. That like the more I analyze something, like there's a point of me analyzing a thing where I do sort of get fatigued by it. But I think it's just like the nature of learning a thing. No, Gacha Daily is 3 hours, not even the open world ones like Genshin and Fires, unless you're also doing events. Again, my time with DX2 and the Final Fantasy ones would disagree. Gacha ain't getting a cent from you. I mean, yeah, no, I think that's fair. I would describe myself as caving to it rather than like doing it like I did it thoughtfully, right? Like I did the best thing that I could, but Oliver Morales getting good mechs is also a curse for you. By MD swapping around pilots is tertiary at best. Oh, by Moon Dwellers. Yeah, I'm curious to see how much that is relevant for future games, because that sort of like seems like one of the hallmarks right now. Also, if I'm not mistaken, I think OG2 is one of your favorite OG mech. Oh, incredible. Okay, I can't wait to see it. I'm really hoping for so many designs, because a lot of these designs are like very similar to each other. A lot of these are very like Hyuk adjacent or Grungust adjacent, which I get, like, I understand why. Like, I don't think it's a bad thing, but I do want to see what else they can do, you know? Oh, we got to give this thing more energy. I did not realize that this cost 80. Wild. For SRW to be challenging, you need to self-restrict, which you don't find fun. You do think it's the easiest ongoing SRPG. It's to its detriment, and why we arrived at Power Fantasy Unga Bunga of 30. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's just like true about any tactics game, because like I feel that way about all Fire Emblem, like almost all Fire Emblems at this point, barring like a very, very small exception, and those are usually the ones that I've played the least at this point, or watched the least about. I know they said Y wasn't going to be a new trilogy, but I'd be happy for a Y too. But then my heart would cry because of all of the damn missions again. Yeah. G-Witch 2, Gridman, Dynazenon, Code Geass, Rose Recapture. The other Delta movie. Yeah, no, it does feel like they are sort of gearing up. I think they may have geared up for it in the event that they want to do that, but aren't necessarily going to demand it, you know? Like, the option exists in case that is the design direction they want to take, but you do spend so much time on these games, like, are probably the most of anyone in the community. Yeah, my goal is to be that for every one of these games. Like, I say it all the time, but, like, I chose my name very purposefully. And like I do know that I'm also like the oddball out here. That's also why I'm trying to like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's also why I'm like trying to think about this in terms of like, what do I think is true, or like what do I experience is true, versus like what are you all experiencing? And like I don't have to scale it to what you're experiencing. I just like want to think about it, you know? Because I will always be the first to say that I am perhaps some like one of the biggest outliers in most cases when interpreting media. You usually use SRW as a bit of a cloud-headed, and you don't know you don't know every mechanic or number, but you play with only secrets at hand. Yeah. And like I think they are designed around you doing that. Like, my want to do this is not to say that I think it is mandatory. I think in fact the reason the games are kind of good is because people don't have to do that. Like the fact that a lot of these values are approximate, but these games are still infinitely playable, is a testament to the fact that, like, sometimes you can just, like, operate in the fuzzy gray space. And, like, that can be good. I just decided that I liked it different, you know? It's even a question for me. You're super damn cheap. You'll hunt down every single thing that's on offer in stores. Oh, yeah, no, same Creighton. Me too. I am, like, notoriously cheap about everything. There's a good bit of writing next, but okay, sick. Incredible. Even the SRs aren't hard or challenging. I guess you just enter these games for fanfic character interactions, OG plot, and the big bombastic attacks. Yeah. Fire Emblem, you would argue, is hard to casually, especially 3 houses, and engage. You're also, I would put, in the upper echelon of gamers, lol, at least for these games. It's very sweet of you to say that, despite all of the fumbling we did yesterday. But yeah, no, like, I do, like, I have spent, like, probably thousands, like probably tens of thousands of hours at this point thinking about like game design and like game mechanics and like what it means to play a thing. So like that's also like again that's why I'm also pausing because like I'm trying like I want to be thoughtful about like my experience is still true and you're still asking about my experience, but like how much of my experience is biased by the fact that like this is just how I do everything, and it does mean I'm looking for something that's very, very different compared to most people. It is like usually where we run into a lot of our disagreements on this channel. C-Series continues your favorite OGs, which are all of them, even though you don't really like all the OG bird tags. You did like all the robots mostly. Okay, there's one you don't hate. It's just weird. I'm curious what the weird one is, because I am a fan of the weird. Before playing Moon Dwellers, you weren't thinking as much. It's mainly OG that makes me curse you, Moon Dwellers, for making me spend 3 hours and 30 minutes on the final stage. That's so long. What do you bet we're gonna take? Like, what do you bet we're gonna take 2 streams to do that then? Knowing how much longer it takes to do things, it feels possible. You do probably spending it if you're playing a game with a lot you're enjoying. Gotcha. We all fumble sometimes. Nobody's perfect. No, and like that's my thing also is I try so hard to like advocate for the fact that like fumbling a thing is also not bad. Like that is actively how I learn. I need to run into a thing not working in order for me to make sense out of it to like actually make it work. I think our school system has taught us so much to believe that like not doing it perfectly the first time is a failure. Yeah, Cam, that's like sort of where I am. I make a really hard rule for myself that like I'm not going to spend money save but these like really rare few exceptions, if at all. Because if I'm persistently going, I want to break this rule, I'm thinking about this enough, that means that I clearly care about it enough that like this should be the exception to that. Like Warframe is, for instance. Like Warframe is, actually, you know what? Maybe that's the thing. Is Warframe actually just a gacha? It isn't for a lot of reasons, but I think it fills a lot of the same niche. And like I've spent a lot of money on that game, but like largely speaking because I've spent so many hours in it and because I care about it in a way that is similar to this. Now I see why Cam was asking how much time you think about your titles. Yeah. I think about everything so much. It's not weird as in the design. It's weird as in you don't know why it's the way it is without. Okay. You get a real robot that gets an ability where it can turn into a super robot for 2 turns. I kind of dig that. That seems sick. Your favorite OG mech is the upgrade in K. If you're pretending Gunlian doesn't exist. What is the K mech? I think we've talked about the K mech before. I think I should know what it is. Also, because you didn't before, you need to gush about Azula in the Avatar fighting game. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so excited. I really do want to try it. We've not had much of a chance recently, but my partner and I had a whole heck of a ton of fun playing the JoJo fighting game. I imagine we'll probably get a lot of work out of it. I'm so glad Azula's cool. Like, she absolutely should be. You have a very healthy approach. I appreciate you saying so. I try. Warframe, the space mommy game. That's like, that's a way you could choose to describe it. Warframe is easily live service. Oh, 100%. Warframe is absolutely live service. That's unquestionable. I would just question whether it like counts as a gotcha or not. Okay, mech is awesome. Game is mid. That's what y'all keep telling me. Yeah. No, that's why I was like, is it a gotcha? Like, kinda. The like way relics work is definitely the way relics work is absolutely taken from gotchas. Like, that is very deliberate. The only difference that I would say is it does not suffer from the fact that banners ever permanently end. The game promises, absolutely guarantees, it has never backed down on this promise, that all banners will always get recycled in a timely manner, and you will always have the ability to, like, re-get access to anything that you've missed. That's, like, why I've been so willing to put so much time into it, you know? As well as 2 modes, Focused and Firelord mode. Focus mode is more technical and balanced, while Firelord mode is rundown Berserker mode. Oh, that's really fun. This game also supports you picking the fight, and for Azula, one of them keeps her in focus mode and vice versa. This game has amazing lore and gameplay combinations. I'm kind of really here for it. You're trying to get me to pre-order it still. Is it actually? I guess it's out at this point if you will play it. You can never remember its name, but you think it's Rivale or something. Okay, that does not sound familiar. But also potentially because it isn't actually its name, so there's that. Avatar's only, oh, it's only $20. I did not realize that. Okay, that might be a purchase after stream. Pet Shop is banned, I hope. We've not played enough yet to do that. He's also only read parts 1 and 2, so we've largely stuck to parts 1 and 2 characters. At least right now. We've dabbled in some other ones, but like we're trying to go pretty hard and like actually learn a lot about how the characters work. So, Godlane is so good. It's got a model kit. Like, you don't think any other non-OG Beck has a model kit? Is that true? Huh. I'm surprised. I continue to be surprised. Like, almost every stream, I continue to be surprised at which mechs do and do not have model kits. But its upgrade just makes it look like a Power Ranger mech. I mean, that doesn't sound like a problem to me. Last one, Zuko has an honor mode, which you're encouraged to use the meter, and then you run you out of meter, you gain redemption, and the process repeats itself. Really gets across Zuko's character personality and burning. Yeah. No, that's I especially love in fighting games when the people who are making them clearly love the source material so much. It makes me so happy. I will probably really vibe with this, Cam. How you've described it, I'm probably gonna really vibe with this. Have you guys heard of the Avatar revisionism going around nowadays? That's overrated and not perfect because famous equals bad. I've not heard that, Midori. That feels internet. That feels like an internet lie. Not that you are lying to me. Just what was first, loot boxes or gotchas? Surely loot boxes. I'm pretty sure loot boxes were first. Weren't they from like CS:GO? The K-Mech builds meter for an attack, like a fighting game during an attack. That's so good. Oh, incredible. Okay. Unless wait, Dromker, are you doing like what came first, the chicken or the egg? That always happens with popular things. The real take is Korra is bad and actively harms Avatar. I feel like that's the take everyone's been saying since Korra came out, though. The K-Mech is a centaur? What? Avatar drops 23rd. There was just open beta. Oh, got it. Okay. I'm not surprised that these two have mechs. I feel like they should. It's funny how you watch season 1 of Korra, forgot it existed for years, came back, and then I was like, why is everything on fire? I liked Korra. I mean, all the other Z robots, the first game, definitely have your 2 fan favorites. Are there a lot of originals in Z? I did not realize that. You hate the whole story, famous, it's bad people. They're so annoying. Oh, you hate the whole of it's famous, therefore it's bad people. Yeah. No, I'm with you. Yeah, that is the most trite and like generic and like thoughtless take possible. Yeah, there was loot boxes in Maple Story. That is true. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you, Luna Sand. Hello, welcome. Also, hi. I liked Korra, but I also did not finish watching it. I think I watched the first like 3 seasons, maybe. But I also don't know how much I was like. I wonder with like the kind of critical lens that I give a lot of our like book club shows. I wonder if I would like find it more distasteful. But sadly, you agree. Korra was so worried about averting expectations that's its only identity. I do think it has a much more singular identity. I think it's trying really hard to have that one identity. And I think maybe also I just vibe with the identity more than most people do. You should love Korra, but she great to be so hardcore, then all the past Avatar lore is bad. I think maybe also I did not get deep into the world of Avatar. So perhaps that is maybe the thing here. You like misguided prots, they have really interesting chances for storytelling. Yeah, absolutely. 100% agree. I would much rather my protagonists have like flaws to them, you know. Then she's gay twist at the end is the definition of forced and cursed shows like Voltron to be hounded by those types of fans. Absolutely not. That is not a twist at the end. That is like so throughout the show. I remember that already throughout the show. That's just not the case. Yeah, these threads are really sick. I'm really pleased. Like, I'm really impressed by all of these animations. Admittedly, we're in the PS2 era now, so we have like a lot of horsepower behind it. Maybe I gotta go watch it. Maybe I gotta watch Korra again. You also never forgive Korra for showing me that not everything can be improved by shoving a giant robot in it. Yeah, see the anime adaptation of Soul Eater also. It's 1000% a twist. There is a reason that many people are surprised and confused. I think that's just because that's bad TV literacy. I will call it what I think it is. It is absolutely not a twist. I said that like from season 1 or season 2. Z, if we're talking about original robots with name characters, I think there's around 20, 30-ish. Wild. Okay. Yeah, no. I knew. I wasn't thinking like what. I wasn't thinking just the game, the first one. I was thinking like the whole thing. You want a D&D player who lets me misguide his character. That's the best part about D&D, Dromker. That's what I love D&D for. Yeah, I know. I figured you would not, Cam. We've fought about the word coding so much before, but like I just don't. Nah, it's 100% there. Korra, the character, feels like she learns nothing from what I saw. I do think that she is roughly a more static character than usual. And I suspect that's probably why there is frustration with her. Hey, Austin, as a language nerd, what do you think when a story uses the power of names, like Voldemort and that stuff? I really like when stories lean into the value that names have. I think specifically, like, a thing like Voldemort, I don't think a lot of stories take it far enough. I think we like it applied in one very particular way, which does not feel like it works well with what, like, the significance of having a name means. To my knowledge, a lot of it originates from more, like, of the western side of Europe, like Celtic, Scottish, Welsh, magic. Not exclusively, mind you. But, like, being able to name things having power is really interesting. Actually, for an example of that is not those places that I just mentioned. Yoko from XXXholic does this really well. She is going to a woman's house to, like, help her clear up some like frustration she's having with, like, her time online. And she writes the name of a famous sword on a baseball bat that she's holding. And because she, like, sincerely believes that it's that, she sincerely believes that it's that sword and has given that sword that name, she is able to swing it and cut through things as if it is, in fact, that sword. And, like, I like that idea a lot. It is a lot to, it's, like, very akin to sympathetic magic, you know? Not to mention she lacks any chemistry with Azami. I don't think that's... is that true? I don't actually remember if that's true. I don't remember if that's true. I think chemistry is also a thing that is very, like, subjective, so... She is abrasive, rude, hot-headed, and never learns or grows, even after losing her bending, which is maybe the worst stretch of the show. I do think that the show did not know what to do with her when she didn't have her bending. But I think we are also very critical when we see women who are abrasive or who are, like, not, like, cowed by station. And I think that's, like, one of the reasons that Korra is roughly disliked. You know nothing about Korra, so you're just jamming a guy's theme right now. I'm glad you're enjoying it. You feel like the Easter rarely, like, yeah, no, I do think it's pretty rare. Like, that's why I, like, thought of it more as an exception rather than, like, included immediately. Unless it's, like, occult or mystery inspired, like JJK, Don, Mysterious Occurrence. But even a lot of those are, like, found more from American media and American horror. Like, Don heckin' loves its Western media as a way to inspire its occultism. So, like, I think that's even, like, not necessarily directly found... Like, that's not even directly found with the, like, Eastern culture. If we're talking about playable ones, not including upgrades, it's, like, 9, 10-ish. Yeah, I figured a good chunk of those were going to be enemies. We can bring Valletta over here to get resupplied. You love the power of names, and with Epic, so fresh, you wanted to ask. Have you seen the Magus Bride? I don't think I've seen the Magus Bride, Drumker. What are we learning is we need a Korra book club? Is that what you want? Like, you probably know what's going to happen if we do that, but yeah, I will always be happy to, like, put my take about things onto the internet. I think that there's other non-mecha media that should come first, though, right? Like, Surely an Arcane or a Andor has to be before that. You don't have Wall, do you? No, you do not. Though, I'm kind of down with using a Spirit now. Like... Yeah, we can also just trust him. I think one of the problems still is that I keep thinking Bullet has potential because I put him in the Grungus. I don't think he does. Also, I feel like you didn't dig deep enough into Industrial Revolution and how benders get put into society and how their abilities become jobs. Yeah, I think, like, if I were to put a criticism into it, Gundam, I think you've hit on it a little bit, that I think Core is trying to do 3 different things and can't really commit to which of them it wants to pay attention to at once. So instead, it just gives not enough attention to any of them, and they all just sort of feel a little weird. One of them tries to continue, like, one of the 3 is it tries to continue the story of Avatar that we had originally. And, like, that is a show of itself. The second is it tries to talk about industrialization and the nature of, like, people that have abilities and what does it mean to have abilities in a world where people can definitively not have abilities. And then also it wants to kind of be a sports anime. Anime, you love my aggressive female characters. See Callan, Leonae, Katina, Velvet from Tales, Toph, Revi, Mordred. Yeah, I mean, I think those are all examples of aggressive people, but aggressive and resistant are not necessarily the same. Because, like, I do think all of those sort of fit together. But Callan, I would describe actively as very cowed by how society is. She fights in a particular way, but, like, I guess, here, actually, the difference is between what they are saying as characters and how they are written. I think perhaps some of the disagreement is coming from, like, taking what the character is saying versus what is actually happening in the story. It's the redhead and kinda Wendigo anime. It has some weird subtext, but it's awesome in the magic side. Wait, hold on. Those missiles are so phallic. Yeah, they are. Oh, yes, Drumker. I know the one. I do have that on my list. The Ancient Magus' Bride. I do have that on my list. Yeah, it has the like skull-faced like demon with her, right? Yeah. You're thinking Korra is mid. You like it has moments. You do see how the world of Avatar technology evolved, and you would have killed for a full technology non-bender villain. Yeah. I mean, I just be me and you fight her. Maybe that'd be like Tekkaman, where you come around. Where I come around to see your points. It's weird because we were watching the show after it finished. Yeah. I didn't like the main character that much, and most of the time, its villains are villains are probably far more interesting. Yeah, I think a lot of people did not vibe with Korra as much as they did with Aang. That's maybe the thing. Hello, Nevermore. Hi, welcome. I believe you are new to the channel. How are you? It's good to see some new faces. Have you played a Super Robot Wars game before? My name is Austin. We play Super Robot Wars on this channel a lot, but not exclusively anymore. I heckin' love tactics games, and I love numbers. I am here to try and figure out all the inner workings of these games, but we also gotta, like, get a default point of view first. This is my first experience playing OG1. We're almost at the end of it, but if you've played OG before, I would love to hear some thoughts if you'd like. Everyone's super talkative and super friendly. We tend to argue a lot, but we like trying to learn. Welcome. Colin's very much framed the opposite, but we'll never agree on. Yeah. Right, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, she is described the opposite, but she does not actually be, like... We are told the opposite. We are not shown the opposite, is, I think, the thing that gets me with her. Yeah, no, Black Lagoon definitely has an abrasive character. But she is still, I would say, working under a lot of convention. She does not say that she is, but she is still designed in a way that is working under a lot of convention. I do like Black Lagoon a lot, though. Yeah, in that anime, the deer skull as not USA people, you call it a Wendigo. Yeah, no, I don't think your description was far off. It is not, like, strictly speaking, a Wendigo, but, like, yeah, I know what you mean. This is true, which really portrays her as tough. Oh, Korra is not resilient at all. I would swear half of the show is bad things happen to her, and she completely and utterly collapses like a house of cards. Yeah, I think resilience is not the word for it. I think it is at a time where a lot of people who grew up with Avatar were starting to face the fact that the world was just like not kind to them. Like, she fits in a very particular niche of like media for people. She was a character designed for people, for a very specific type of people. Oh yeah, I guess that's, you bring up a good point, Dropker. We also don't talk a lot about the game that we are playing. We do go off on the largest of tangents, but they are always related to what we are talking about, I think. We are friendly unless AI gets brought up. I still try to be friendly. If you're talking about this unfriendly, I think we should talk some more. Callan from Code Geass is punching up. You can cheer when she is aggressive and fighting back. Korra is arrogant and punching down. Also, personally, you dislike characters like her, so you're biased. That's what I mean. Like, describing characters like Korra as punching down, I think we already have an expectation. I think this is coded into how and what we allow women to do in media a lot. I say this as having not remembered a lot of the plot of Avatar, of Korra. Like, I could go back and be like, oh, actually, no. Maybe this is like hot garbage. But I think this commentary comes up a lot around characters that don't function like the Callans and the Black Widows of the world. If you are punching down, I do think it makes you a little bit less likable. But I think that is also the nature of trying to have the conversations about urbanization and technology, industrialization that it's trying to do, which is to say that, like, in a world of non-benders, to be someone that has power is always to be punching down. Like, you can't exist in a way that is not making you punch down because you have a thing that someone else never can have, and it just makes you objectively more functional in a society that is designed around people who have it. To be fair, you associate tough and resilient as the same thing. Okay, sure, yeah. I think this is like a synonym actually not being the same thing. I think for me, resilience is being able to like keep taking a hit and it not affecting you. I guess I was thinking of her as like she takes a lot of hits, gets knocked down, but she does always stand back up to it. It is the difference between being able to stay in the ring for the duration of the fight and always getting back in the ring. And like that is a difference in character. A done with a shotgun feels abrasive. I mean, sure, but like she is also not. She has not. It's not Bernadetta. I don't remember what her name is, but she's also like she does not have as much screen time as someone like Rivale. So, Korra thought she was like tough, but she can't handle half of what you're. Yeah, I do think that Korra. Like that is what makes her character interesting. Is we have a character who misunderstands exactly what she is. And like a lot of us do that. Like that is a modern conflict a lot. Big problem you have, you're just like, Korra, I understand what is happening to you is bad, but you completely effed up everything since thanks to the new series, we know she canonically caused an apocalypse. Yeah, like Pringle, that all of this is taken without the like knowledge of the rest of the Avatar universe. This isn't a gender thing. Any man would get this reaction, but you can never argue against this gender theory stuff. It is super tied to gender. Everything is tied to gender. Like, you can't unfortunately get around it. Now, serious discussion. Kira as the Avatar. Wait, which one? Like from Seed, or do you mean the Kira from like Death Note? She's unarguably punching down, which many people will find distasteful. She is also immensely privileged. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Yeah. The nature of the show is going to frame her as more privileged because we are talking about industrialization, and you can't have industrialization without, like, to comment on industrialization is to be cognizant of privilege. You're gonna blame the Gigant for the bad storms here? Yeah, it's fair. You say interesting, I say annoying. Relatable or not, it sucks to see a character like Korra. Right, but if they are... I also never argue for relatability because every character is relatable. it is a measure of how relatable they are. But like every character is always relatable. You might relate to them in no way, but that's still a relatability. See, no, I figured it was from Seed, but I feel like I wanted to make the joke. While you're at it, Sharabika as the avatar. I feel like Mika would just like not know what to do with that kind of responsibility. Though I guess he would just like always be asking previous avatars what to do. If Orga was a previous avatar, I think Mika would do great. Industrialization and plutocracy go hand in hand. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, they can't not. And then just not having you drop the next avatar is extremely garbage situation where people are now going to want to actively get rid of them if she needs help. Korra is the only one. Yeah. This all feels like Avatar lore that I unfortunately have like no knowledge of. I know you're trying to like help me out by telling me, but let's move. Actually, hold on. No, we can just repair from here. We can get Latuna out of the way. You want chaos right now? I feel it. Same. Oh right, we can stand in this. It's just the battleships that we put in. We lose the point. Do we have a timer on this? No, we do not have a timer on this. Okay, cool. Cool. Once again, the universe wants Chloe dead. Oh, is that from Life is Strange? It's difficult to redeem a person who have done irreparable damage to something sacred like the Avatar line. Yeah, but like, is that not also an interesting through line? Is that not interesting? Is that not an interesting attempt at a story? I am much more compelled by a story that wants to try to do something like that when it feels hard, when it feels impossible. But then again, we're also here for stories that are just for different reasons, it sounds like, right? Like, I don't watch stories for escapism. I watch stories because I'm interested not in how they reflect me, but in how they reflect a person. Like, I don't want to see myself in the stories that I watch. In fact, I'm actively repelled if I see myself in stories. I want to read things, I want to watch things to experience what other people are experiencing. According to something, got rid of knowledge of all the previous avatars. You know, something that really helped the avatars out a bit. Yeah. Yeah, that definitely seems like a blunder. That feels like not it. So the current avatar doesn't even have the community knowledge of all the previous avatars you could potentially call upon. I wonder if part of the angle for that will be the want to reject like ancestral knowledge for like present communal knowledge, because that is definitely a push that we see a lot in like that is definitely a present attitude that is like much more proliferant now. A bad attempt is worse than no attempt. It's so funny. It's so funny. I don't want to get into the irony of it because I want to be able to pay attention to the game, but that's really funny to hear you say that. Who else has repair? And people are compelled to Korra, but to hate Korra usually. That's true. No, that is true. Repulsion and attraction are opposite sides of the same coin for a reason. I'm not fake posting. That's why I said nothing about it. I said I wasn't going to say anything else. I think she would have liked that knowledge, but unfortunately she doesn't have access to it because last ever. I mean, I imagine that character would, but I imagine that this kind of story we want to tell puts a lot of value in not having it, because like we are asking a lot of questions right now about like, did the people who came before us, who insisted that if we followed them and knew what they were doing in the real world, that like it would work out for us, when in fact it kind of has not been doing that. I mean, usually want a good story, but sometimes something like Chainsmoker Cat Girl anime is not your vibe at all. You're kind of disgusted by that anime. It reminds me too much of druggies at work. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think I want to watch anything that is not just because it is different for me does not make me inherently interested in it. Yeah, like Chain-Smoking Cat Girl, I would also describe as a thing that I am not interested in. It feels very much geared around the like the worst of the beat poet era of literature, which is to say that like because I got intoxicated and I wrote something, therefore like you all are entitled to see it, or like I am entitled to have an audience for it, and you should conceive of it as the highest form of art. And like I can't be bothered. It's funny, you reject escapism, you're fully immersed in the Japanese lifestyle of office in the morning, escapist anime in the evening. Yeah, I understand why it's so prolific in Japan. I think it needs to be taken with the knowledge that we don't say it enough. The smallest human unit in Japan is the family. The person does not fundamentally exist. When like I signed my Ikoku card when I was living there, the thing that I signed was I am part of this family, not I am a person. And that has so much to do with why all Japanese media is the way that it is. Yes, Luna-san, that is in fact a real anime. According to the Industrial Revolution inspired media, it is relevant today with the way we are taking profit. Yeah. Oh, Saint Young Men. Saint Young Men's real funny. It's been a while since I watched that. I think it was like one of the first things I watched in college. People also struggle to watch a series with unlikable protag. Some anime have run into this problem, like ReZero, Mushoku Tensei, Jobless Reincarnation, Rent-A-Girlfriend. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I mean, I think it can be but like I think we should also try to study the ways in which these characters are presented as unlikable, because like there's a lot of things you can do to be unlikable. There's not just that's not a singular kind of situation, you know. I don't know if I agree. I don't know if I agree that escapism is important. I understand why it feels more important, but so yeah, give me giant robots, cool anime moments, and big booba anime girls. You'll be more than happy. Yeah, I understand why it is. It is the fear of Brave New World instead of the fear of 1984. Midori, if you do, please report back. I am curious. I'm sure it's not for me, but that doesn't change the fact that I'm not a little curious. The big thing you constantly hear is Korra and Aang swap places. They would have handled the opposite situation better. That's an interesting thought experiment. Pringle, I like that idea. I feel like that feels definitely like I need to have watched both of these recently to comment on it more. 5 seasons and 400 chapters of Rent-A-Girlfriend. How is that series not done yet? Because isn't the main character just the author's self-insert? He just like wants more time with the girls that he's fallen in love with. The thing you know about Rent-A-Girlfriend is apparently the manga. Yeah, there we go. Perfect timing, Creighton. You preempted me so well. Escapism is important. What is the alternative? You don't need to have constant, deep, complex media with moral gray everything. I don't think those are the two opposites though. Like, it's not about having moral grays. I think deep complexity is good. I would argue that constant and always deep complexity is the thing. But I also understand that is probably not. I suspect you're going to disagree with me. Rent-A-Girlfriend with the self-insert is really the last way of escapism. It is definitely. Yeah, it is like quintessential escapism. It is fan fiction to the highest degree. It is the crystallization of like Reader X, like yeah, like Reader X character name kind of fan fiction. Yeah, comfort food is necessary to stay sane. It's why you always argue for niches and intended audiences. Yeah, no, I do. Your argument and like your argument and your approach to media is at the very least consistent. You want thoughtful media, which you feel like would be very not aligned as would most normies casuals with jobs and lives. What do you mean? You want thoughtful... why thoughtful in quotes? Which I feel we would be very not aligned as would most normies casuals. I do think you do separate them, Cam, but I think that is more and more a problem in, like, the present spheres. Like, I think we need to choose to not do that, no matter how much it hurts. Like, I like trash, like Happy Sugar Life, but nah, Rent a Girlfriend feels bottom of the barrel. What is Happy Sugar Life? The two opposites are brain on and brain off. Sometimes you should live a bit, only a bit off. I cannot hardly agree. I recognize part of this comes from the fact that when I want my brain on, I cannot find something that satisfies my brain on enough. But like between spending time in teaching, between spending time like dealing with helping friends with and like trying to interpret modern day politics, I think the more brain off there is, the more risk we have at losing everything that we hold dear and like everything that is good. Your personal view on escapism is that you've already struggled in your teens, so you're able to talk with people normally. Thanks to autism. You've done your part, give me giant robots and cute girls now. Yeah, I do think there is like a sense that like we've put in the work, therefore I'm allowed to like escape from it. Because we likely disagree about what qualifies as thoughtful and what limitations that would impose on things. But I don't think that that's true. I think thoughtfulness is I think a lot of thoughtfulness is how we approach media, not the media itself. I mean, like, I think to that point, I think literally anything made is art, and the nature of being art is that it can be interpreted. You can do anything thoughtfully. I think all media is thoughtful. It's just how we approach it. Happy Sugar Life is girls being suicidal anime, which you know you're so really confused with. That's definitely a choice. Happy Sugar Life is a yandere story. Most of the characters are terrible. Like, guy gets traumatized so bad he can't handle being around women because of what his boss did to him. I see. This reminds me of our discourse of people not having time for every single issue. Mental bandwidth just isn't there. I mean, yeah, like, that is like, you definitely choose what to engage with. But I also disagree that, like, I just don't think it is the case that, like, to turn off your brain is like somehow preserving your mental bandwidth. Like, being really, like, having your brain really turned on, but to the things that are restorative for you is good. Like, engaging in the things that restore is what, like, helps protect you against overload. You're expecting way too much of consumers and workoids. What is a workoid? I don't like that term. Oh, I don't disagree that it's successful. Like, none of this is contesting the success of it or that people want that. I would just, like, I would hope for a more thoughtful and more engaged world. This guy is the main character, but the main girl definitely is messed up from her mother, kind of like Future Diaries main. Okay. Most persons using their mental bandwidth carefully and selectively. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that is still good. That's not the disagreement. Workoid just people who work 9 to 5 and want to relax. We're not saying opposite things. My point is not that people shouldn't relax. My point is that, like, be engaged with the thing that you're relaxing in. Actively choose into. Be thoughtful about what is helping you relax. Like, be deliberate. Turning your brain on to the things that help you relax is what makes you relax more. That doesn't mean you have to work at it. I've just, like, never heard the term I've never heard a term that ended in oid without it having some, like, problematic connotations. Engaging and relax seem very contradictory. And I think that's part of the problem. I mean, yeah, no, like, I do think we disagree, and, like, I will continue, even if it kills me, it is a hill that I will die on, that I think is a thing we need to fight for. But I understand the logic, but I just can't see Core succeeding in Aang's place at all. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay. You remember Oyasumi Punpun with Gundam description and my spirit sunk. Oh, yeah, I need to read Oyasumi no Punpun still. I also, yeah, I want to have time to, like, be able to read that and, Dead Demons, Dead Destruction at this, like roughly around the same time. I know he's done a couple other ones, but those are like the two most famous that I know of. People don't want or need to actively think about the media they like watch. They just want entertainment, or the thing they entered the media to be romance, fan service, comedy. Yeah. Oh, no, 100%. I do know that's what people want, and I'm saying that, like, I think that is a problem. I do know that's what people want. Usually the old termination is a way to other people and what you've seen, but Workoid sounds just ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, like, I do know the kind of person that I think you would put into that category, and I think that is, like, I don't think that term is ever going to be used reflexively. It's trash, but your trash is delicious. You're like a raccoon. You debore yanderes again. Anime hasn't been feeding me lately. Yeah, I do feel like the yandere is definitely, like, out of fashion now. You just can't understand why it's a problem, especially if they aren't harming anyone and it's their free time. Because I think the problem is that we don't understand how much it is harming them and the people that's around them. Like, I think that is actively harming them. That's my concern. The like want to feel detached allows the world to be more difficult for everybody involved. Like, being less critical and practicing your, like, ability to think more empathetically makes life harder for everyone that they engage with, not the least of which themselves, where they don't take themselves and their interests seriously. But this is, like, I think that phrase, "you're a big do what you want in the privacy of your own home," makes it sound like the goal of this is to, like, monitor people's behavior. Like, that is not the point. I just want to always ask people to always be more thoughtful. Like, the world can never be thoughtful enough, and the world can never be kind enough. And those two things have to go hand in hand. You forgot the name of the Kigurumi show with the big pistol. What? But the enemy is your trash. The yanderes there are awesome. Kigurumi with big pistol is such a mood. But if you can't have those things in real life, what do you got to do? You feel lucky that you have a stable group of friends. Romance is beyond your capabilities, so you watch anime for that. I think this is like definitely verging into the territories of like a lot of psychoanalysis and a lot more like specific, that like having broad structures for this is like just kind of unhelpful. Like, a lot of these are examinations of like work culture and like culture, like gender expectations, work expectations, age expectations that are like tied to like countries you live in, or like way more specific like culture groups than that. That's exactly the vibe thoughtful brings. What? It implies you aren't thinking about your media enough and it should be scrutinized. Yes, you should always be scrutinizing all of your media. That is true. Something different that you have to say is that being detached is not a conscious decision. It's a symptom, so it's difficult. Okay, okay, Dromker, to that. Maybe perhaps that's part of the problem. Is that, like, yes, regularly that is a symptom. My problem is that when people opt into it. Like, what I'm talking about is when people are making choices to it. I apologize, Pringle, that I did not really engage with your ranting. I just, like I said, I have like no way to engage with not having the specific context of either of the two of their plots recently enough. Just to clarify, you love the anime idea of yandere, not someone in real life. Because God, you were stunned when a piece of news showed a girl killing her boyfriend and people were like, "Oh my God, a real one." Yeah. No, it happens a lot more than you think. Sometimes, to steal a normie term, it isn't that deep. That's just, like, I know, but that's just not true. Everything is that deep. All of it always is. And it's just, like, that is the thing that frustrates me. Gotta be honest, you're very tired of a lot of different media at the moment. I'd be kind of same, Lunasand. People who want to watch fan service anime or harem don't need to care about the gender politics and gender norms and roles. Right, but them not caring about it does harm the rest of the world that they are a part of. Not thinking about it, if you aren't choosing to resist what is like actively the power in the world, you are assenting to it being there. And regularly those things already are designed to harm people. So like that's why I think people, like everyone needs to care about it, because if like no one is free until everyone is free, and a lot of people rest on the fact that they think that they think because they are free that they are allowed, like that they are not allowed to care as much anymore. Oh, my psychologist is neck deep in your problem. You're thankful that they help you. I'm really glad that you have I'm really glad that you have a therapist, like, or a psychologist to like work with you. It's very good. A lot more people need a lot more of it. You have politics brain. For me, these things are very separate. You have media brain. You have real world politics stuff. But like I have both. I think like the thing is the fact that you like we want to make a difference is the thing that is part of the problem. You can't think like you because it's so frustrating and fruitless and people will find you annoying. Yeah, I know. I do think that that's case. I do think that's the case. I'm fine with that. I don't mind being criticized for being annoying. Like this stuff is happening, that stuff is happening, the world is effed. Like I just wish the human race could just get along. Yeah, and like that's why people like me fight the way that we do, because we're the ones experiencing a lot of the problems. Or like the people who do fight are like, hi, it is difficult for us. Here are the ways that it would make it better. What you see people do not tend to opt in, but more like do not take it seriously from the start and do not have the time to be cerebral about their media. Can you hit me, Drumker, hit me some more. I want you to expound on that. I feel like those are too general enough that I don't feel like I've got the full grasp of what you're saying. You're walking your dog, and it looks like it was going to pee on the promotion. I would encourage you to do it, but what was the promotion for? Also, keep seeing adverts and stuff. Oh, for live action movie of Moana. Oh, okay, yeah. Like imagine how much we would accomplish if we got along. It would be heckin' cool. It would be really sick. Harem anime is comfy. I just like seeing the good boy be nice to the women. Like sometimes my harem fanboy background has to be satisfied sometimes. This is true. We can see this in Fast and Furious. Well, what? That like people started without being analytical about it when they watched the first movie, and then like the rest of the movie just sort of carried on after that. Yeah, I do think the Fast and the Furious is like a good example. It is like one of the quintessential like summer blockbusters. Like I do think it fits that I do think it fits that characteristic like to a T. I don't think that means it is without like value in analyzing though. Education is not made to create neither politics brain nor critical media analysis. You do not read what you care for, you read what points. Yeah, I mean, like, education right now for most places, like most developed countries, education is designed not around learning, but around teaching. It is made convenient to teach, not convenient to learn. Yeah, and it is a shame that people have like relied on what they learned in the education system to justify what they're doing outside of it. And I totally understand why that is the case. Like that's not lost on me. Don't misunderstand. But it is definitely I think it is cause for distress that we have like made our education system in a way that has taught people to disarm themselves when trying to like participate and understand the world around them. At the moment, you and your friend are watching an older anime about this girl and her friend doing different anime creation-related things. What is the anime, Lunasand? Because I love anime about anime. It's a lot of fun. You see some people who treat football or politics like a football match. Yeah. It definitely has this like friendly competition, or like everyone's just sort of like trying to get to the next goalpost. Yeah. As Belgium out of the World Cup. I have not followed the World Cup at all. Okay, who do we want to cash in on this with? Oh, obviously it is Kai. He has only 2 spaces. He has 2 kills left. Let's see it. Shiro Bako. I do not recognize that name. Not that, like, this is definitely a category thing I like, but not a category thing I know a lot about. The memes have been pretty funny in the World Cup. Have they been good? Would they be parsable for someone who has never cared about football in their life? You're going for Norway now because your country fell off against Switzerland? It's really funny calling Kim nobody. Like, obviously, yeah, it's just a really funny sentence. Unfortunately, all you know about the World Cup is America players got a red card, Trump went no, and then it was removed from his record. Oh my word. It's so impossibly frustrating. Oh, right. I forgot that this game also, like, makes you walk them in. I hate when both sides try to be like, I'm on your side. Like, bro, I remember when both of you hated anime watchers. Leave me alone. Yeah. You think education is even worse? Just mentioning this for your test and you don't internalize anything. You had economic class and it taught me nothing useful. My colleague taught me how to read my monthly pay. Yeah. No, Midori, like, absolutely. It is designed to teach you to fulfill these, like, arbitrary benchmarks. And often those arbitrary benchmarks are so arbitrary. Like, I continue to have nightmares to this day about students that I was forced to pass that did not pass any of the requirements we set for them. And we passed them anyway. It was like, okay, well, why do we make everyone suffer through these requirements only to then not care about them at the end? Like, this just hurt everybody for no apparent reason, and no one is walking away with anything that actually they're going to use at all. Like, none of this improved their lives. None of this prepared them at all for the future. All you did was actively make them waste 4 years of their time and, like de-prepared them for, like, living outside of a school system. It's so bad. You like being referred to as a nobody? I mean, you put it in the title, I suppose so. Oh, actually, I was going to ask you, is your like, tagline on Discord from Excellent? I've now seen her say, that was that and this is this, like 2 or 3 different times. Is that from Excellent or from something else? Oh, okay. Great, that's true. I guess I've seen one Miku meme. I've seen when it was Japan versus Brazil, the, like, regular Miku costume, and then the Brazilian Miku were, like, squaring off. I've seen that. Really, I've seen games where an English player basically drop-kicked another player who was black, and there wasn't a penalty kick or anything. Wild. Seeing thanks nobody after watching Odyssey-related video. No, it's really funny, Drumker. That's really funny. What is the big C word? But Yoshiro Bako is a pretty good show. I'll put him up on the list. Norway. Is there a Norway Miku? Of course, you would have nightmares about it. Oh god, you're really readable to me sometimes. I mean, it's bad, but it's funny. Why is that really readable? We've reached the target. All right, hold positions until the Hagane arrives. Charge up the bow. Hypergravity impact cannon. Aye, ma'am. There will certainly be more enemy reinforcements before this is over. All units, stay alert. Oh, and then, okay, we just have to wait for the walk the other ones in. It's actually from Library of Arena, Roland. Okay. Yeah, Excellent says it a couple of times. At least she says it in the GBA. I don't know if it got translated over into the PS2 ones. But also, like, I can't tell because it was on the Ryusei routes, right? But, yeah. If USA wins the World Cup one, if these worlds, imagine how annoying. Yeah, no, it's going to be endlessly obnoxious. I don't look forward to it. There's a Miku for everybody now, even North and South Italy. I'm clearly behind. Okay, let's go here, repair here. The big C word is censorship. Oh, got it, okay. Normally right-wingers are anti and left-wingers tend to be pro or are for changing the source material they are adapting. Oh boy, you've been listening to a lot of propaganda. That is definitely the opposite case. Right-wingers are very pro-censorship. That is the problem. That is how like most fascist leadership like gets power. That's like how most the most intense right-wing like spaces get power is through censorship. The most infamous recent example, making a character trans when they were not in the manga. Interesting. What could you give, what thing was that? You're cerebral and conscious and a teacher, so if the system asks you to pass people who deserve to fail, you'd be hurt. Well, it's not, no, it's not exactly that, Drumker. It is, it's a lot more about, like, why did we construct a system like this that, like, the system is actively failing students. And we made other people suffer through it, even though, like, they perceived their failure as the end of their life regularly. That is, like, regularly the problem with a lot of these, like, school expectations, is that they seem so dire. And there were no consequences for other people. Like, we just made kids live on stress for so long. Like, man, does the US not care? No, it really does not. Right-wingers used to be pro-censorship towards anime. Oh, okay. Specifically about anime, then sure. Yeah. No, that is very true. The alt-right adopting a couple of anime is, like, definitely more of an anomaly that could be studied. But yeah, no. I guess, sorry, I was thinking in general. You were speaking in the specific context of anime. Never mind. I'm with you. Even in world politics, until they get power, then they're all for the lack of free speech. That's, I mean, like, that is the concern with, that is always the concern with, like, systems that have control over media that also want to disempower people, is they will tell you the thing and then not actually let you have the thing. The promise is that you get it, but it's not actually true. Every time you think that you literally couldn't do stuff in school, you're supposed to do a job, you're just going to have a panic attack first day and get fired, you idiot. Only reason you're trying to muster up the mental fortitude to even try is because you want money and your friend encourages you to get a job. Yeah, right, like it is dramatically affecting, like, the millennial and back generations because of exactly, like, we were taught to behave, and we were all raised in situations that were akin to us feeling like we were dying. Like, it is so true. It is so true to the point that, like, parent raising behavior, the way in which we were, like, taught to leave kids in cribs when they were crying, to, like, they'll, like, cry it out, was letting them engage their, like, fight or flight response, and they constantly thought that they were, like, in peril of dying. And, like, that is just proliferated through into everything we do in education, what we've, like, expected of people. Japan is mainly right-winger more than an adoption. Is more like a handshake. Japan is, like, very openly right-wing, but there's a lot of very loud politicians that are. I don't think it is as much as it sounds like it is. It is definitely a lot, though, which is one of the reasons why I'm, like, very deliberate about talking about, like, a thing not being a thing versus not seeming like a thing, especially in Japanese, is very different. I sort of talked about this example before, but we could have. Stop Hibari-kun. They changed a boy into a transgender character. Okay, interesting. I wanna look into it, because, like, as a good example of this, like, it is literally illegal. If you do, your media will be flagged as pornographic. It will be sold in the back corners of stores. You will not be able to sell it to people, because so much Japanese law is designed around the idea that any expression of sexuality, in particular around LGBTQ ideas, is, and they render gender as an expression of sexuality because that's still, like, a thing that's not gotten through the government, is always harmful to children regardless of what the demographic is. So it has to be marketed as 18+. So that's one of the reasons why a lot of times these characters are, like, rendered not deliberately as a thing, but are coded as a thing because they literally are not legally allowed to publish them that way. You remember the manga, but you were annoyed the translator put the word mansplain there. Like, the actual translator wasn't anything like that at all. That is definitely a choice. The school-to-job pipeline is broken. It really is. Like, next time you think about your time in a classroom and how the bells of a classroom and the different classes you go to were designed around factory workstations and bells that were supposed to cue you in and out of which jobs you were doing. It's why you should see that what's vocal and what's silent in Japan being like it is. Yeah. Oh, those were 7 Cs. Yeah. Stage 1 of the operation is clear. What's the status of the White Star's energy field? It's still fully deployed. No red carpets detected rolling our way on radar either. In that case, yes, ma'am. Let us begin. Wait, I'm getting a gravity quake reading outside the energy field. Wait, are we talking about the transgender anime? I Can Be Evil and mention the Bridget controversy from Guilty Gear, so we never finished this stage. Like, what? Bridget's, there's a lot of time. Bridget has like a whole transition over the course of different media. Like, what? That are we trying to argue that Bridget is not trans? In the most recent games, I actually don't know what gender they use. Do they use they, them, or do they use she, her? Are y'all gonna tell me that she is not trans? Like, I'm hold on, I gotta check this now. You're right. I don't care. I will derail. This is my stream. You can't stop me. Bridget is female, right? Hold on. Yeah, she uses she, her pronouns now. Different games have her use different pronouns, and, like, doing that is helpful. You still understand the Bridget controversy, and you've seen a lot of arguments about it, but no one's ever explained it. I don't know what the controversy is. People do like to argue it a lot. I think we're also, like, unwilling to acknowledge the fact that, like, that character has an arc across stories, and it's okay that, like, at different points of the story they use different pronouns. Like, that is the nature of transitioning. Honestly, didn't have any opinions since you're not a Guilty Gear fan. You just know it's a heavy subject. Yeah. Yeah. Right, yeah, so, like, the fact... Like... That is the nature of transitioning. We start as stories where he uses he, him pronouns because he was raised as a man. It's just like, I just like the dress. And then, like, that's what progress, yeah, people are just not willing to, like, take things in context. Because the change was out of her agency. Wait, what change was? Also doesn't help that every time you hear about job market, it's about how every low-level job requires work experience. It's like, my brother in Christ, how am I supposed... Yeah. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to go to school, get not paid for a job for 4 years, and then, like, pray to God you get in anyway. You shall not pass, chums. Carlian and Berlians, the hell are those doing here? Are they replicated units like the Gespenst Mark IIs we fought back on Earth? No, they definitely have DC IFF codes, but they're ones that have been stricken from the database. What does that mean? It means Tenzin Nakajima isn't the only DC soldier the Arrogators captured and weaponized. Oh god, you mean those things are being piloted by Earthlings just like us? I don't doubt it. Then we have to save them. That won't be possible. Why not? You all saved me, didn't you? In your case, you're being controlled through the T-Link system. Liberating you is simply a matter of breaking that system. But in their case, it's more likely they've been given more hands-on modifications. Even if we rescued them, they'd likely be beyond any hope of being restored to normal, just like Colonel Carwy. Wait a minute, that doesn't add up. I didn't have anything to do with any dumb T-Link system. You were just under a deep level of hypnotic suggestion. Besides, I'm fairly certain Ingram intended to return you to our side from the start. Kusawa, don't cling to false hope here. You got lucky, just like Excellent did. We're fighting a war here. Right? Damn it. I couldn't put it past Ingram and any of his buddies. I wouldn't put it past Ingram or any of his buddies with the way they treat human lives. I had a bit of an inkling, but seeing it firsthand. Don't let your emotions get the best of you. That's awfully dry of you. All I'm saying is, swallow that anger. For now. You guys think you're so great. I hate jerks like you. I'm gonna crush you all in this little bitty pieces. Get out of my way, Tenzin. Who the hell's Tenzin? I'm Geza, damn it. The great Geza Hagana. Don't you see? You've been captured and manipulated by the Arrogators. So what if I was? As long as I can kill you guys, I don't give a flying flip what happens next. What? You heard me. I don't need some stupid moral high ground, and I couldn't care less about the past or the future. These hands, these feet, they're all I need to crush anything that stands in my way. Listen to you. Now come on. I know you want to bring it too. Let's fight it out in a real death match. There's no better game out there. Fine, you're on, Tenzin. This time we'll finish this for good. Captain Lafina, all of you focus on intercepting the enemy. Let us handle breaking through the energy field. Roger. All units, it's time to end this game for good. Okay, cool. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Let me catch up with chat, then we'll go back to this. Also been talking about Guilty Gear. Oh, the music. The transition. Is her transition out of her control? Got a few times, yeah. Speaking of radicalization, look at what the Balmer are doing here. I mean, that's very being radicalized is a thing that you learn about and then like are motivated to. This is literally different. This is literally control, right? Hagana versus Hagane sounds so funny. Yeah. Right, yeah, his last name is Hagana, right? Hold on. We can scan him. Yeah, his name is Hagana. I was kind of hoping that we were going to get, like, it'd be really fun if we could, like, get him as a secret. He could, like, pilot Hagane. Oh, what? That, like, her transition is really poorly implemented? It is possible. I suspect it is probably not actually the case, or at the very least, I would not find it the case, but it felt sudden, and can we please move on? You're gonna have a hard time getting me to, like, not care about trans issues. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. I don't know what you thought. I know what you signed up for. Oh, they can't move now because they're doing the barrier thing. Yeah, no, office jobs are like hunkin' killer. I hope you do not have to suffer under one. The way Guilty Gear presented the transition makes it look like she was educated to feel like a woman or something like that. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I'm curious. I've always been interested in Guilty Gear. That's like one of the fighting games that I never like really dipped into. Guilty Gear and BlazBlue seemed so intense in their mechanics. This is like a good excuse to go back and take a look at it now. You also care about trans issues, but you try not to be overwhelmed by it. Overwhelming about it. I don't care if I'm overwhelming. It matters a lot to me. You mean, obviously you have a very biased to trans characters compared to me. Like, very likely disagree. Yeah. That's why I'm curious. That's why I'm curious how, like, what the actual implementation is. Because yeah, like I will also be very grumpy if like what we've just decided to do is like tokenize this character for the sake of publicity. I suspect this is probably the end of this map. Like, we just did a big one. I think we can probably start spending in here. Yeah, they're also like very deeply lore heavy. The worst part is every single time you think about trying to just completely lose interest, you don't want to try and get a job because what you most likely won't get it or have to do it for free for no money. Oh yeah, no, I wasn't suggesting that was sorry. Please don't misunderstand. That was not me suggesting that was a good idea. That is just like the expectation of it. It's a real bad thing to have to do. No, it's like really heinously bad. And if you're being blunt, you mostly want to get a job for money. Oh, I mean, like, what? That is, Pringle, that's what jobs are for. There's no other reason to do work. Like, there's no other reason to do work in the nature of, like, what you're talking about when having a job other than for money. If you work for yourself or you work for, like, a small organization that you helped be part of, like, you, like, helped create, like, you could work for the care of it, but most jobs are not designed to do that. Like, they're just designed to get you paid. Just look into Bridget lore because it felt like before Strive, it felt like they were like, yes. Yeah. Like I do think that's the thing, is that people are like really hung up on the fact that like there was progress over time. I do feel like that was definitely a thing that happened in Strive before, but yeah. The funny thing is Guilty Gear has so many crazy plot points, and the transition is where people draw the line. Yeah. Yeah, I will not yet put my stamp on whether or not I do think it is Togen. If it is, like, there is a way that can be handled that way. I'm just suspect as to whether it is, but I can't believe the storm is still here. Is it really lasting that long? Which storm? The storm of me always talking about political issues? Because that sure is a storm too. Again, 2026 femboys and crossdressers just aren't allowed. That's so not true. It's just not true. You started thinking about trans issues at all when you recently got a trans friend, life experience hits. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like that is, That is unfortunately the case for a lot of people, and that's what I've like always tried to rally. Like, that's why I am the way that I am. Like, empathy towards people, regardless of whether you know about them, is really important to me. Only reason you want a job is that you have something to do every day because you have been bored out of your mind, but there's no way in hell you're doing it for free. Yeah, yeah. Please pursue some hobbies, Pringle. That sounds so miserable that you don't have enough that you want to do to go get a job. That you like that makes you want to go get a job. Like, have you tried picking up instruments? Have you tried learning languages? Like, have you tried any arts? The funny thing is Guilty Gear has Y2K happening and there's 666 spells in universe. It's like a hunk and wild thing. The storm that is approaching. Yeah, good reference. You like gay, diverse, trans characters, but you despise tokenism more. Yeah. I don't think that should ever put you in bad company to hate tokenism. Like, hating tokenism is a good thing. The problem is when we misunderstand what is tokenizing and what is, like, actual representation. Like, please keep hating tokenism. You and I, we can agree here. You and I, we can join together in jolly cooperation. Like, it is the things that we think of as being tokenizing that is the, like, thing we're all hung up on. You'd rather say something positive about live action Lilo and Stitch than do an internship. Yeah. It's a good way of describing it. Oh yeah, no, Midori, I know what you meant. Yeah, like, it is definitely, like, once you become keenly aware, like, once you become close to and keenly aware of someone's circumstance, it seems so much more present than you ever realize. I just would like to imagine a world where people don't need that's a shame. The assistance of, like, familiarity in order to, like, care about human issues, you know? You're just glad your dog doesn't think that's really good. I'm glad to hear that, because, like, that sure is easy to like watch your animal lose their minds over these sorts of things and not have any control over it. Like, we were so concerned because of fireworks when we, like, brought Minnie back home, because she hates fireworks so badly. Like, she would thrash around without having nerve damage, and we were really worried that was gonna, like, cause more, but fortunately we didn't have a lot. Also, you sent a photo of Simba in the Discord. Yes, I did. Yeah. You said it the other night, right, Drumker? I think it was you. It does, because it puts you with right-wingers, anti-social justice warriors. Then, that's what I'm saying. Like, either the thing that you were talking about isn't tokenizing, or someone is aligning you with someone that is not sure about. You would love the problem there is F all to do where you live. You believe me, you would love to pursue your hobbies, but there isn't anything you can do in your local area. That's a shame. Obviously I can't do it for you, and I'm like, perhaps you've looked a lot more than I know, but I suspect there's probably a lot more around than you maybe realize. Yeah, I mean, like, I do think trying to find a way to be, like, cognizant, trying to be, like, as good to people as possible does often put you on an island. It's kind of a problem. It's why it's hard to be racist if you have black friends or no black people. Oh, to what Midori was saying. Yeah, that, like, once you are aware of the problems, they, like, yeah, it is once you become aware of them, you are really very well aware of them. We kind of need, okay, if we go one to the right, we are in business, so we can take out these two. It's just that people are, especially with something as radical and new and different as trans people, it's new and different is super also not the thing, but I do understand why it feels that way. We are just really running the numbers for Austin conversations this week, it seems. Gracious. Okay, so tokenism is saying Suletta is the first female protagonist in Gundam for clout. Representation is telling her story detached from Twitter and marketing. Having not watched Midori, that's one of the reasons why I want to put Witch for Mercury on the list of, like, things to watch. That's why we want to get to it soon, because, like, I don't know. I have not watched it, so I can't say. I don't think usually that difference is not enough. Like, What's a good example of something that's tokenizing? It's the kind of video I'd usually stay away from, so like I can't think of good examples off the top of my head. Yes, you did talk about your dog Simba, because I'd asked if you could like lift him over your head, but you were like, no, he's way too big. And isn't he the outside dog? Isn't he like kind of scruffy? In today's media, for example, you think all the tokenism is happening to black in movies annoys me because I feel like we're putting scraps and not because of someone being a good actor. Yeah. I definitely think it's easier. It's definitely easier to find and talk about like tokenization in like through race rather than through gender, because like just having representation at all in gender, tokenizing or not, is also still kind of rare at this point. But yeah, like Black Panther in particular in the Avengers movies, when he is perpetually on all fours and they insist on blaring like tribal music whenever he is on screen, is what I would describe as tokenizing. Our accuracy is not hot. I guess we can we will bullseye. It's fine. Get blessed. And the worst part is occasionally you hear about things that might be good and then you find out you have to pay for it and my brain goes, can you you can do that when you get a job, lazy. I feel like antagonizing yourself about it is probably not helping, but I do understand the like mode of doing that. Yeah, finding ways to like not fight your brain but like work with it is definitely a tall order in a world that seems like hell-bent on making you be bad about having your brain. New and different to a majority of popularization. Let me speak colloquially. Wait, in what case? We've had so many conversations, not sure what that was going to. It sure as hell felt new to me when you get out of school, because nobody talks about being trans that much for me in 2019. Like when you were finding out, it was like, okay, what's going on here? Yeah, I do think. Oh, new and different. Okay, got it. Okay, I see what you're saying now too. Also, Cam. Yeah, I understand why it is the case. Like, it is definitely probably fresh, or it's probably. It is probably fresher in people's minds, but like the fact that I have like an entire shelf of like text about trans experience back from like the 1800s very much says otherwise to it being new. Like it being new to you versus it being new are also like different and worth making that distinction about. 2016 was when the massive uptick happened outside of like Tumblr spaces like that. Again, because we just were more connected then. Like, these conversations have existed for so long. We've also just, like, the resistance towards people who have gender non-conforming experiences have, like, always been suppressed. Like, any idea that is different, like, any behavior that is different than normalcy, any behavior that is, like, not able to be reckoned with by, like, the mass of community has like always been forced down. It is just that like we have not had good language to talk about it. That's why we talk about coding so much. Yeah, like I believe you that you had not heard about it before, but like you not hearing about a thing and it not being the case are not the same thing. So why there might be good things to me in the area, everything good that you might be interested in doing, you just spend money. I do want, yeah, no, that's fair. That is definitely a real like. That feels like much more of a problem. At least I've noticed it being more of a problem in my states since like after COVID too. Not you. Yeah, that's fine. The constant calling white people colonizers also makes the movie extremely uncomfortable. Oh, the first the original Black Panther movie. I don't remember. I mean, like, probably true. I don't think white people get called that enough, but I don't remember what context it was in. So like that is also like a good example of tokenizing. I think perhaps that's like a good way of talking about it too. That like that is a good case. Like we should acknowledge how colonialistic most white civilization is, but the fact that there is a point worth making and is being made in a way that is unhelpful is like also a good indication of tokenization. I believe you would love to work with your brain, but it helps to make me do nothing until you get a job. Yeah. That wasn't like an appeal to like, have you tried this? Like it is the frustration that we're all trying to deal with. Being trans is also harder to work out and understand than gay people. I mean, yeah, no, it is true. Like gender nonconformity is perhaps one of the hardest ways to like experience difference in the world. But like everything is a spectrum anyway, so like you can't even put like a hard and fast like objective yes or no on that one too. But it just makes it worse, and then you stop beating yourself up more because you start beating yourself up more because doing something wrong, and it makes me feel bad and stupid. Yeah, that sounds like a heck of a lot of like growing up drama, Pringle. I feel very deeply for you. That sounds not that different from how my brain works too. So like I'm with you in this fight. It's very frustrating. It's very difficult. I wish I had better answers because like I don't think I also have a very good answer for myself yet either. Like I have learned how to thrive in the pits of hell, but like I like actively must discourage that as a solution for everybody because I don't think it's a healthy solution for me either. There's a Colombian documentary about trans women in the countryside without TV, without news, only because she wants to transition. That's really opened your eyes about it. Can you, Drumker, can you link that? I would probably love that. If it's also, is that the one? There is a French woman who traveled all over who wanted to like document people's experiences, one of which was about a couple of trans workers. I wonder if that's the same one, but if not, I would love, that seems exactly like my alley. We should be deep about stuff like this, but your simple head is like people are people about more power to them. I mean, no, like that is like Creighton, like that's kind of the thing. Like that's why people fight so hard is it's just like, let people just be people. The problem is how often people don't want to let people just be the people they are. You understand nowadays you can listen to metal and play D&D without any of the 80s constantly and literally demonizing them. Yeah, it would be pretty cool. Used to get rid of Killmonger forever. His damn hairstyle is also infected video games. Oh my word, goddamn! You are so right. It is like the quintessential black hairstyle. Like you see it as either the default option or like the option they give to every character now to be like, see, isn't this what you all wanted? Yeah. Especially for like how much obsession there is over like black hair, it's real frustrating. Just feels like it would be a massive pain thinking too hard into things when I could simply say, all right, then good luck to you. I think Creighton, part of the thing is that like you need like we all need to defend these positions to protect people. Because the problem is not that this is a neutral environment. The problem is that it's an antagonistic environment to people of different races, of different like genders, of different expression. Like the problem is that there is constant pushback. Also, you may believe we don't talk about it enough to most normal, casual white people. Also, you may believe we don't talk about it enough to most normal, casual white people. It's extremely weird. Oh yeah, but like, it should be weird. Make them feel weird. Like, we should feel weird about that fact. Like, it's okay for that. Worst parties, you know, all the things you could be doing to help. You've been to therapy, and it frustrates me because folks waste money on therapy because it didn't effing help. You've been given more fuel. Oh yeah, you most certainly traumatized. Lost your mom when you were like 10. Can you live with your nan? Your granddad died last year. Good gracious, I'm so sorry. Yeah, you seem to have run the gamut of like terrible life experiences or like the most traumatizing of life experiences. I do think the like push for therapy really has incentivized people not to like pursue therapy in a way that was helpful for them. Like, not all therapists are helpful for all people. Like, you need to find a therapist that works with your style of learning, like that works with like how you think about the world. Taking this like one-size-fits-all approach, just in any case, this one-size-fits-all approach is just like not helpful for anybody. It's like discourse of white privilege and how individuals relate to that. And the response of feeling weird about that being called white guilt because people don't want to reckon with the fact that there's privilege there. I mean, if people could just look past labels like that and see the person as they are, you have a good time. Yes, exactly, great. Yeah. It is just that lots of people don't seem to want to do that, so we have to fight to protect. My point with metal and D&D was that nowadays they are normalized and gender ethnicity representation might be normalized in the future. Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry. I apologize if I did like not, like I knew what you meant, Midori. Like absolutely. Yeah, like a lot of times any like difference in particular gender and race tended to be the punchlines or the way in which like monster design came about. Yeah, where but sorry, I did the same thing a second time. Like, I am putting these two things together. Like, metal was a thing that was demonized. D&D was a thing that was demonized. We had the satanic panic about D&D, and it's better now. I think it's not exactly the same thing, because that's, like, a piece of media versus, like, someone trying to figure out what living is, but... She's known as La Falda de la Montaña, or Mountain Skirt, or Mountain's Skirt. You've only seen about it in TV sometimes, you don't have the actual document. I mean, like, you gave me the title, that's all I needed. That was La Falda de la Montaña. La Falda de la Montaña. Oh, no, La Falda. Autocorrect. Falda. Cool, okay. Sick. Thank you, I appreciate that. Boris Johnson is definitely a person that people like to hate. I do know that for sure. Hasn't he not been the PM for a minute though? I think there's a difference about people letting people be people and using the opposite pronouns to them, or if it's affecting their kids. Discussions like these do make me see clearly the lines between us, while we are so similar yet so different, very fascinating. Yeah, especially because in general we're likely reach the same conclusions. I do think, roughly speaking, we get to a lot of the same points, but I mean, I'm glad I'm like easily understood through it, or more understood. Your brother had a gay neighbor, and he was a riot, and his flat actually looked super cool. I'm glad. Why would he not? Like, why would that be weird? And the way therapy works also has to be linked to the person's past, not only the current problem. Yeah. That, like, a lot of people do address therapy in a way that is, like, trying to put a Band-Aid on a present situation rather than trying to, like, yeah, like, address, like, the core of things. I think it's a good point, too, Drunker. But her granddad died a year after your mom died. Your nan died, like, 3 years ago. You don't really react when she died. You just went, okay, and you still beat yourself up. But, like, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. It's, like, I was not thinking about that, like, as immediate mourning. It's just, like, yeah, no, there's... That being a foundational point does seem to be... Like, I mean, like, you said it yourself. It seems like a lot of, like, the reason why you're experiencing some of these, like self-destructive ideologies. Nah, white guilt exists now. It's sad. I remember those clips about white people kissing black people's feet. They were blocked for a reason. Reminds me of male feminists. Wait, what do you mean? That also feels that feels tokenizing. Like, that feels very much not the thing. But yeah, no, like, I wasn't saying that white guilt doesn't exist. Like, I was saying it absolutely does. I was saying that people being made uncomfortable about talking about colonialization is also a symptom of white guilt. It is just one that we're, like, less apt to want to recognize or talk about. Your previous therapist helped me in the moment, but the moment therapy stopped, you regressed. Yeah. Like, that happens a lot with therapy. That, like, I'm not saying that you were doing this, just, like, in... one of my partners, her mom was a therapist, and I went to a lot of therapy sessions with one of my other partners. And, like, watching a lot of people talk about their experiences in those spaces, a lot of people work for the immediacy of like completing a program, and a lot of programs start being like, a lot of programs begin to be designed around that principle, and they're like not like a lot of them are not designed for longevity. Wasn't there like a really, I'm pretty sure there was a really famous one. Like there was an online service that very much had this like, that very much catered towards the this like immediacy problem that I'm talking about. I love when people go on about metal music being for the devil and stuff, like when there's the song called "The Devil Is a Loser," and the like horns from Dio are a word against the devil. Yeah, feel free to post if you'd like. No, Pringle, it's okay. Like that is the nature of how we've done things. I have like made this very parasocial, and just like we do talk a lot about like emotion and feeling. Like if getting this out has helped, I'm glad. Yu-Gi-Oh! Used to be for the devil and dark art. It's so funny. I mean, Magic the Gathering did too. There were so many cards that were like, that had like pentagrams on the background they had to censor. It kind of reminded me of the time some deep southern man called anime too Chinese when asked why he didn't like it. Oh my word. Boris Johnson can't be hated enough. I guess, yeah, like, teach me about some UK politics for a second. How long-lasting are the impacts of a PM? Like, how long do those kind of policies last? Like, usually in, like, American politics, we can describe that the ramifications of most presidents are not seen directly until the next president takes office. Or until, like, the next term of a president, right? Like, first term stuff could happen second term. Yeah, but he was the prime minister during COVID. Yeah. Yeah, no. Like, I do recognize him. I do recognize him for his time during COVID. I just like wasn't sure how long a lot of those policies happened. Boris got forced down in 2022 after effing Britain. Yeah. You just notice in your country we have a lot of folk songs about fighting the devil who are really well received, while metal, even with its positive themes, is badly received. Right, because it's like you guys are being analytical about it. The problem is that a lot of them are reactionary responses. They are not actually being thoughtful. It is the want to find agreement with people who are already in your shared community. Therefore, you're sort of expected to have a shared attitude towards it. It is not analytical. It's not thoughtful. It's not interpreting. It is just reacting. He got off so easily for all the damage he wrought. We're already 2 hours deep. Time flies when you're discussing any and all social political topics. Yeah. What is tackle housing or healthcare next? Please, yeah. In fact, metal music is very handy for people to let out their frustrations. That's why a lot of metal music fans are very chilled out. Yeah. It has a similar expression to like how cursing, like if you injure yourself, like if you like have a small injury, like if you like stub your toe or you like cut yourself a little bit, cursing, doing a thing that you know is deliberately taboo or is like framed as being a heightened sense of frustration does make it way easier. If there's any degree of sins of the father defense for white guilt, there should be a difference between making people aware of the past mistakes and completely dumping guilt on them. I do think there should be a difference, and in between that difference is what we are doing, or what we should be doing. I think because so much... People are definitely not doing the latter. People mistake it for the latter because we don't think about long-term and built-up consequences. There is so much that is the result of, like, power that we have no way of reckoning with and no way of trying to reconcile. That is not to say that people are not, like, trying to exact revenge in a way that is not constructive. But simply also washing our hands and not understanding that, like, a lot of what is present now is the result of, like, immense evil done is just, like, also not responsible. Like, I think the answer is just somewhere between both ends of that. Also, he didn't even apologize for what happened and basically denied the parties or anything. It's made me want to become an anarchist right there and then blow up Parliament. That is what we call radicalization. You know, Tokyo Ghoul, you know, if you talk to the scene at the end of season 1, I hope Boris... okay, that's maybe a little extreme. I understand, Pringle, why the vitriol, but I do understand. That seems a little extreme. Okay, sorry, you had to get that out. No, I'm glad you were able to vent. It's over for good this time, Tencent. That's right. I've got the burning PT national championship. Hey, did you get your memories back? Time to go home. Gotta tweak my PT. Then gotta own me some scrubs. Gotta wreck them all. Anyway, I despise Bernie Sanders. Wait, I do know I despise Bernie Sanders' term, but Bernie Sanders doesn't have a term. What are you talking about? But not for his politics, but because people keep putting "Let's go Brandon" stickers everyone, everything at work. When by Bernie Sanders, do you mean Joe Biden? Surely you mean Joe Biden. That incident did so many public damage to him, especially after Brexit, and let the old people die. Oh, yeah. I do remember that quote. In the end, we went out the same way we did in the final battle with the DC. Was there truly no other way? Don't be too hard on yourself, Rio. He doesn't deserve an ounce of sympathy. He brought it all on himself. If you're going to lay the blame somewhere, let it be with the jerks who manipulate Earthlings like that to start with. The Arrogators. Right. Rio's speaking truth. No, guess what? The term is gotta catch them all. Very good. Wait, what? Bernie did not ruin anything. What are you talking about? Thinks the whole thing is pathetic and COVID is just nature's way of dealing with old people. And I'm not entirely sure I disagree with him. Yeah. No, he is definitely an evil man. He is for sure evil. Tenzin, your game is over now. For real this time. Captain, hypergravity impact cannon is fully charged. The buster cannon is primed and ready to fire. Understood. All units get back behind our ships. Roger. Lieutenant Kyosuke, please disregard anything that happens to us and focus on charging into the interior. I was afraid of this. Listen, okay? Whatever happens, you have to destroy the central core of the fortress and return to us. You want us to return to you? Guess that means they don't plan on dying out here. Roger that, Captain Lafina. Consider it done. Shall we begin then? Concentrate the energy field over the bow section and let drive to maximum combat speed. Here you custom. Charge! So I'm guessing we're not going to get these for the rest of the game then. Poor bastard. May you play Bernie PT in reasonable guilt tonight on Limbo. What a specific curse on him. Yeah, you consider your nan died in an old person home. You weren't able to say goodbye. I think my hate and vitriol for the man is justified, and you're allowed to fantasize his punishment how I wish. I feel like I can't control what your brain is. I think you also do harm to yourself to like wish karmic violence that much into the world. I don't remember. I forgot which old man. Yeah. He would have said GG, no free gracious. It's not working, man. The enemy field's too powerful. We can't break through. The energy field's too powerful. Push it to maximum output. I've been doing that, ma'am. Use the overboost. Cripple Aeon, release the gravity brake. Prepare to fire the hypergravity impact cannon. The gravity brake? If we do that, the fire recoil will impact our hull. Forgive me for overstepping my authority, but our ship can take it. This is the very ship that survived the Battle of Pluto, after all. Understood. Cripple Aeon, inform the Hagane that they've already sent a request to do the same. Of course they have. Captain Daitetsu understands. 10 seconds to discharge. All hands. Brace for flash and impact. Sights fixed. Firing in 5, 4. Please hear you. Give us one last push. 3, 2, 1. Hypergravity impact cannon. Fire! Bernie bros are extremely cringe, especially when Bernie or Bust happened, but fully ready to disagree with you. I think, why are they cringe? Well, obviously, you live in England. If you lived in America, you probably would have swapped. It is really hard not to see, like, I guess what we were tackling next was not the housing crisis, but just Trump. Tenzin did bad things during his DC days, but he was brainwashed by the Balmarians, so do worse, too complicated. He goes to limbo. Yeah, no. I don't think it was unfit. It was surprisingly specific. To be extremely racist for a second, all old white men senators look the same to me. No, it's fair. That's very funny. We sentenced Tenzin to an SMT universe, the worst punishment. I mean, obviously, I'm sure if I was American, you wouldn't give a flying toss about Boris, but God, is he a cancer of a man? Oh, I mean, I don't think it's exactly that, but yeah. As someone begrudgingly following American politics, the Graham Plaitner stuff is really very darkly funny. Hold on. Is there someone else I need to be learning about? Hold on. Oh, is he from Maine? Okay, well, I'll read about him later. I've not followed any of what's happening with this man. Okay, what are we upgrading now? Let's figure out this upgrade, then we're gonna go on a break. I sure as heck need one. We're not using the Wild Reptier anymore. We could put it into the Weiss. I thought we were close to something else before. I thought we were close. We could put it in the Sidebuster. I'm not opposed to that. I guess we finished it. That have done extreme damage to their respective countries. Both have definitely done extreme damage to their respective countries. I think we are underestimating how much damage Trump has done to the entire planet. That said, I don't know exactly how much damage Boris Johnson has, but I think we are deep. Oh yeah, this just isn't finished yet. I think we underestimate how much Trump has done. Foul-mouthed hardcore gamer gets reincarnated into a Preda. Yeah. This is really cute. I mean, like, this is really good for it. It just, like, restacks the same things it already was. It's fun. They all got that smile that promises to bring terrible policies. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, they definitely have, like, the Japanese expression, they smile like Buddha. Graham Plattner is a main man. Leftists love him. He called the establishment the Epstein class, then got ousted as an assaulter by credible allegations. And all those Twitter warriors and all his quotes have aged so wonderfully. That's a shame. I feel like I wonder how much any of that was, like, actually true. Not the allegations. I want to believe the allegations. I believe the want to, like, present yourself as a leftist candidate then. It's really a shame just, like, how untrustworthy so much of, like, the political establishment there is. I also wonder, when you say leftist, what do you mean by leftist? Do you mean Democrat? Because the Democrat Party is not left. You want to talk about the white guilt topic, but my phone was having problems with typing and Austin made my point. Oh, good. Okay. Which point, Dropker? I want to know, because I said a lot of things. I'm curious. Oh, no, 100% Trump has done way more damage than Boris. It's just very personal. I mean, that's fair. Yeah. But, like, we don't even need more armor on it, though. You saw it was taking 10 damage. We didn't do anything. By the way, since we're done with Tenzin, there's a very reasonable fan canon that he was based on Ryusei from Shin Super Robot Wars, who was an a-hole who happened to be aligned with the good guys. Oh, that's really interesting. That's really fun. Okay. I kind of want to like jump into Shin a little bit to like see that. That's interesting. A friend of mine is reading Death Note for the first time, and you're just coming to terms with how funny Ryu's facial expressions are in manga battles. He's real funny. You hate slopulism? What is, could you define slopulism for me, please? I think we can probably stand to put a couple things into weapons. I kind of want to invest in, oh, no, hold on, sorry. No, we need to give, I remember this now, we need to give the 008 its energy. Oh, that was really cheap. Never mind. I'm like kind of down with this. Yeah, I think that's fine. We want to boost Elzim's ranged weapon damage because of his ace already involves that. Democrats are God bless. Wait, Democrats are God bless liberals true. No leftists are socialists or filthy commies on Twitter. Hold on, what? No, leftists are socialists or filthy commies on Twitter. Very different, yeah, didn't mean to confuse it. Wait, so I know less than I did before. Was he a Democratic candidate, or was he trying to campaign for a party that was not conventionally elected? Gotta show him the live action death though. Yeah, it'd be really funny. You want to talk about without being white, you can see how white guilt can't be trivialized because it is still affecting the way whites treat other people, not only how they treat them. I'm assuming YouTube has cut you off. Not that. Weapon upgrades. Maybe not. Trivialize, but it still affects the way white treat other people, not only how they treat them. But yeah. It's a constant hurtful segregation that keeps happening. Yeah, no, it is an active process that is like happening every day. It's like really hard to reckon with like what people's roles are in it, because like you are complicit in a thing that you did not sign up for, and like you have no way of actually ameliorating, but you are like also still benefiting off of. It is a conundrum that like could probably take the entire population spending years working at to try to make sense of. Slopulism is the new wave of populism that started with Trump, and now the left wants their version. Do we? I don't know if that's true. Oh, we need to wrap around. Okay, back to the save slot 1. Biggest difference between your dislike for Trump and hatred for Boris is someone said Trump was a good leader, I would disagree with them. But if someone said Boris was a good leader, I would want to punch them in the face at full force. I mean, that's also just Trump. Trump doesn't know how to lead anything. He was Cheeto from P5. You don't know about this man. You're memeing. Wait, what? Dan was a Democratic candidate because what else is there? I mean, like, people can campaign for a party that like is not actually going to win. Like, see the Green Party and the Tea Party that regularly have candidates for them, but like aren't ever going to get traction. These people never run their own party because they know their policies are unpopular and they wouldn't win. There's a reason those Twitter people turned on Bernie, AOC, etc., etc. Sure, but like, it's Twitter. Like, literally nothing productive happens on Twitter because it is a format that is not designed to elicit like useful commentary, and we know that it is a deeply right biased site already. Like, there have been many tests. I can try and find the video that links to it, that they tried to take a right-leaning perspective to news, a left-leaning perspective to news, and a neutral perspective to news, and like follow and retweet and like engage equally in all regards on all 3 of those, and everyone had incredibly right-leaning results shown up from it despite that. That's why you cannot accept it as sins of the father kind of way. Yeah. The live action. Wait, I'm sorry. Is Willem Dafoe actually in the live action Death Note? Is that true, or are you just describing Ryuk's face to look like that? But like, you are never going to convince me as someone on Twitter did a thing, therefore it makes sense, as like that's just not good citation. You mean currently UK politics, Count Binface has every legitimate chance? I don't think that he does. Pringle, I did watch some news coverage of this. It seems like he does, because he is the biggest candidate against, but there's no, I don't think it's happening, but I would love to be proven wrong. Twitter, you want to believe, used to be a little better. Not a lot, but a little. I also want to believe that Twitter used to be a little bit better, but yeah. Don't need to convince me Twitter used to be very left. I don't think Twitter ever used... Actually, that says a lot, Cam. That clarifies a lot for me. If you thought what Twitter was doing used to be very left, I think that is a lot of our disagreement, because I think the most left that Twitter has ever felt has been mostly central to me. Always that you hear about Twitter being a productive platform, it makes me think about the Avenue Q musical. I need to watch that still. Oh god, no. I did watch it freshman year of college, but I need to watch it again, because I just, like, a lot of the things did not hit the same way. Oh god, Willem Dafoe's voice was the only reason ever acknowledged. Wait, he was actually in it? He really is Ryuk. I did not realize that. I just thought it was like an uncanny, haha, doesn't he look like him? That's really funny. Looking for second place, something is wrong. I like Count Binface. I think it would be incredible if he wins. Oh yeah. No, I think it would be incredible if he does. The reason that he is in second place is literally every other party has actively said that they are not running a candidate. That is why he is second place. That's the only reason. That's where all Tumblr went after the Exodus. But people who were leaving Tumblr, the people who were leaving Tumblr like that were also not that left. I'm not framing things from my perspective. I am trying to frame things from the like entire scope of the political lens. I'm not saying this thing is left because it is left of me, or this thing is right because it is right of me. I'm saying it is right because it is falling on the whole of the political spectrum, left or right. I'm never framing things in terms of myself. Like, that's just unhelpful for conversation. You can only see so many effing men, F-men viral tweets, or white people are evil tweets. I mean, fair. I just, like, also don't believe that many of those were made by people who, like, genuinely want to improve things the way they say they do. Austin is left, he really is left. He doesn't feel central. Oh, by no stretch of the imagination. He's covered by CGI. When Defoe would wear goth makeup, do a creepy grin, and would become a perfect. Oh yeah, no, I see it. Central is kind of demonized in current politics. Oh yeah. Austin left, where did he go? Creighton, that's a great question. Where I went was on break. We're gonna go on break for a little bit, because golly do I need it. We still have another map left in us, and we can definitely get it done today, so let's try and rock it. Go get some water, go get some snacks, take a stretch. Howdy, Como, just in time for us to go on break. Maybe you've been here the whole time, you just didn't get a second to chime in edgewise. Oh, he's right there, no, right here. That was a very good, helpful transition, Kratos. Excellent. Okay, yeah. Let's go get some snacks, go refresh yourself, go to the bathroom, take your medicine, do whatever you got to, and then we will be back here in like approximately 5-ish minutes. Hi, bye for now, Como. I'll see you soon. Hi, I am returned. What have I returned to? Yeah, the Trump girl. Thursdays tend to warm up, then Fridays tend to be denser. 9 sneezes in a row sounds so painful, Crane. I'm like right up there with you. I have such the worst allergies. I sneeze so much. Oh, I didn't realize that, Drumker. I didn't realize that you kept changing it. When did the cutoffs change? Well, guys, for the first time in my life, I got hit with living with your single mom problem between me and the ice cream fridge. There's her with a friend. I understand what you mean. I understand what you mean. Yeah. I heavily disagree with that they don't know about your personal life or possible situation. Wait, what? I heavily disagree with that they don't know about your personal life or possible. Surely this was from something before. Headphones and staying in your own room and cope. You wish you had more advice. Yeah. We could try a radical idea and talk about robots for the next 2 hours. I would heckin' love that. It sounds heckin' superb. It wasn't even allergies. It didn't even hurt, honestly. In fact, it felt so... Oh, I'm glad to hear it. That's really been my experience with them. I have the most dad sneeze. It like shakes the house and my entire body. Anyway, did you hear that the Sonic 35th anniversary comic is basically just a big hold on, okay, a message, and I'm 100% for it's a major aspect is Eggman literally using generative AI for his evil plan. Well, Kim, I suppose that answer is no. I'm kidding. Yeah, no, sometimes you just need relief in the heat. I did have a like freeze pop earlier today as I was like trying to tolerate my power. I wasn't sure I was gonna stream tonight. My power got cut just randomly. We knew that the township was coming around to like do work on the power box in front of the house, but just like no one warned us ever that they were like when they were coming in. It was such a wild, just like we just lost power and we just had no idea why. We looked outside and we like we didn't have air conditioning for a while. It was rough. Talk about the Grungust big meaty Zankanto. I am surprised how much Zonger is not carrying now. We have definitely like reached his pace. This is why I was trying to have that conversation about Jagins yesterday, is that like he definitely feels like a character that like gets you warmed up, but when he is rejoined, he does not have that like same level of oomph anymore because they just like did not give him anything from where he like left at. I would say salud, health, dinero, money, and amor, love, like each sneeze being a wish. Oh, and cute. That's I knew salud. I did not realize that you like switched them like that's fun. Those 2 hours were good rants though. Oh, they were, no, for sure. The comic is a big anti-AI comic. A major plot point is an item that sucks up all the power from nature, and Eggman deforested a massive area to generate massive amounts of power. You will not lie, it's not subtle, but it does have a fun story regardless. I'm here for it. It was just, the complaint wasn't about the comic, the complaint was about whether we're going to talk about like the actual game we're playing or not. We are in the end game now. No, we for sure are. We got 3 chapters left. It's this one, 2 more. This is really interesting. This feels very similar to like the colonies, the sides, like all of the Dyson Sphere, like outer colony planet technology in most mecha. This like I was not expecting it to be like forested on the inside. Story-wise would also be weird to further upgrade Zonger. Yeah, I mean, would it? I could buy that he and Elzum had some like a couple of like secret black boxes locked away from their time as the aggressors that they've like programmed into their machines to sort of like help solve the problem. I could imagine. I don't think it's unreasonable to expect that perhaps they had some like tech that they were storing away for something like this. How many does this make? Beats me. Personally, I'm more curious about how many more of these bulkheads they've got. Don't know, don't care. We'll just smash through all of them. We've got more important things to wonder about right now. Mainly, what the hell is this place? It's like the interior of a space colony. There we go. There's gravity. And air, too. What would an alien fortress even have this for? Are we in the Irrigator's residential block? There aren't enough buildings for that, or signs of habitat. Habitation. It's strange to think this would be the White Star, though. Practically looks like farmland. Yes, that's what it is. Yeah, give us more perspective from Verletta. I let her talk inside her head, but I want to know. Also, got something for OG2, and these two definitely get a very nice upgrade. Oh, I wasn't imagining we were gonna get like endgame suits, right? Like I imagine everyone's gonna get some suits there. That's why I was saying like more internal technology to justify some like extra stats being present. It's not like these games also have not taken a just like massive jump away from the story to give us stat upgrades for the sake of like the pacing of the game mechanics. A pasture for raising more like them. Enemy units confirmed. Intercept. That's the PTX 002 Gespenst Type S. Colonel Carwise machine, and on top of that, Valceon Customs. Does that mean they can just infinitely reproduce those units that they have data for? Ugh. Don't flip it out with you, Nay. I know. Mass-produced garbage isn't going to beat us, especially not for fake Valceons. It's time to teach Ingram and all his buddies that. Stay sharp, everyone. It's plain to see that Gespenst has been enhanced with EOT. Our only choice is to strike down all who stand in our path, no matter who they might be, even if they turn out to be our former commander. Destroy all allies get wiped out, destroy Gala within. Okay, sure. I do think this like repetition of units has definitely been the sloppiest in this. Like, we have repeated these boss fights so often. I know I said this before, and I think some of y'all were like, that has not happened. But it was definitely more the case for more recent Fire Emblems. But I missed when like characters would actually die. We have fought these bosses the same way so many times. It's so boring. There's also the fact that at least the last 5 maps of Super Warriors don't tend to give you upgrades outside of like MC mech upgrades. That is true. Set upgrades are the idea they toyed with. Happens a few times in W. Yeah. It is very true that we like tend to reserve the end game for just like you have a team now, like go deploy it. Grungus being painted black to make it stronger Char style. Yeah, Carwide does already sound very alien. What do we know what it's supposed to be? My next guess was like Hawaiian or like somewhere in one of those islands. Masakushin is full of stat upgrades tied to your VN decisions. Oh, cool, that's good. You'll fight you that FE rarely did this, unless you mean some Kaga games. Well, yeah, like I'm thinking up to like Fire Emblem like 10, 11. Like, I would say it was so far as up to 12. I'm not saying that there's not examples of it in it, but I think it is way more often than not. I do think we suffer a little bit from having a lot of those bosses sort of be no-name characters. I'm not saying what they did is good. I do like a little bit better, but repeat boss fights as a reset of the past 10 maps. Sounds like my Super Robot works. Yeah. Command effect plus 5%, critical rate plus 10%. Oh, sick. Okay, cool. I wouldn't have so much of an issue if Galwin wasn't so damn boring. It's like saying nothing funny, dude. Yeah, he is also, like, he himself is also just boring. It's not just boring to repeat characters, but just the characters we are repeating are also perhaps not the most inspired. Character bosses do die, or are you perhaps saying that robots are more important on the plot? Well, no, character bosses do die. I just wish we had a couple of more characters to fill out our cast, that we didn't have to fight them 4 times before they died, you know? IMO 7, 8, and 9 were just as scared to kill enemies. Okay, we didn't kill enemies on the map, though, but they died in the cutscene afterwards in almost all cases. Like, the problem is not that I want, like, the action that I do to be murder. We just also did not repeat, like, we just did not repeat bosses the same way. Also, weird to put 7, 8, and 9 together. Do you mean 6, 7, and 8? Also, wild that we just, like, have 20 units to deploy now at this point. That feels so weird after having such a, like, short list of characters for a while. Like, so we're definitely bringing some people that aren't trained. Super Wars tends to use the multiple encounters to set narratively the villains. But yeah, it could be interesting having enemy upgrades. Yeah, but like, Drumker, I don't know how much different we are doing with a lot of these. Like, I think it can be useful, but I think, like, limiting it to, like, 2 or 3 rather than some of these people we fought, like, 5 or 6 times. You get the reason why we don't kill characters off story-wise. It's a problem with a lot of SRPGs. The alternate is having us beat nothing bosses who just feel like glorified henchmen. Well, yeah. Right, that's also what I was saying, that, like, I don't think necessarily Fire Emblem has exactly the right approach. But we also, like, we can also have characters show up on a map and be in a position where we can never get to them to like do something to the map. Like, I don't know, have a Todd show up in like the top left corner, have her fire an attack that hits a couple of people for a turn or two. We can never get over to her and she leaves beforehand to like set her up as a villain. You think Gallowin is less than a character, and with the reason the aliens came, it made it clear, it made it to fear the way aliens treat Earthlings. Yeah, Gallowin is the most a plot point of a character we've seen out of these games, and like, it's by no accident that I'm bringing it up when we're seeing him again, because we fought him so many times, and like, he does not add to the story. His existence is narrative for sure, but because he can't talk, he like does not add to the story in a way the rest of these characters do. At least, like, but like, even when we just fought Geza, almost everything Geza said was the same thing that he did every other time. We questioned for like 3 different encounters with him whether or not he was Tenzin. Like, I don't feel like we like learned that much more with him. You like the way a player can see things their characters don't know. It helps know more about your enemy. Yeah, like we are already using, so character. Yeah, no. That is dramatic irony. That is dramatic irony. Yeah. You'll agree SRW suffers the most from enemy retreat numerous times. Yeah. I would still file that under map design. I do think I think my 2 problems with Super Robot Wars are that map design is perhaps the weakest of most of the tactics games that I've played. It still works, but I think it is among the weakest. And B, that it's just like so darn obfuscatious. Why aren't those guys coming after us? Maybe they're waiting for us to make the first move, or they've got a curveball ready or something. Alternatively, maybe they can't move, or they're deliberately trying not to. Grr, come quickly. He's coming. That's something you appreciate about UX, because enemies just don't seem to want to retreat at all. That's good. I'm down with that. Reiteration is Super War's problem. They tend to repeat the same topics and tropes in different stages. Yeah. Like we talked about this. We talked about this some with Y. A lot of that comes from the fact that many of these encounters are played multiple times in their original canon, because when they are played in their original canon, the differences that take place in the series allow them to have the nuance that, like, we just sort of need to summarize in these games, so we just don't get that same level of nuance. Yeah, I do. I accept in some ways that, yeah, describing it as by the numbers is probably a good way of describing it. Map design needs Lancer inspiration. Yeah. Like, them retreating is showing the FE blood. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I don't know if I would call it just Fire Emblem. Like, I think that is just showing tactics games in general. Because, like, Disgaea does that a lot, too. The Final Fantasy Tactics games do not do that nearly as much, because a lot of times bosses are just monsters. Jared escaping death from fighting something like Demon Bane is a feature, not a bug. Yeah. Also, you're saying you don't like fighting on the Plains terrain map. I don't like always fighting on the Plains terrain map. I do like fighting on every once in a while. Having like very sparse terrain to work with, I think, is a good thing sometimes. There's something very deliberate about having this low level of terrain that I can get behind. It is just, yeah, it's just the all the time thing. You admit Gallowin is the kind of character you need to invent a personality for your younger aggressor fanfiction. Yeah. Important as a plot device, but doesn't give much to the players. If you do write that, Midori, please post that for us. I think we all need that a little bit. Super Wars also has the problem it wants to showcase a game's story and character interactions that make it different. Yeah. Well, yeah, right. Like it is repeating the elements that we like need in order to like signpost that it is the same story. But a lot more of it is to have the connection that the game is like itself going to make. Okay, true, but FFT and Tactics Ogre are literally the pinnacle of genre. I think Final Fantasy Tactics does get a little bit of overhyped simply on it's Final Fantasy, so people are like inherently like almost like pre-designed to like it. I'm not saying it's not good. By all, like I enjoy it. It's rather good, but I think some of its reception is because it's already Final Fantasy. But I've also not really played it since like spending a lot of time with these games. Maybe I would feel differently. Maybe I would go, oh yeah, no, it is just like firing on all cylinders in every way. I really need to play Tactics Ogre. I've not played Tactics Ogre yet. I really need to. Yeah, if we could have like a small Gaiden game, I would really love if the series put out a lot of games that were just smaller. Like, give me like a 24 chapter game for a handheld. Not that we even have handhelds anymore, but like you get the idea. Like, give me a small game between large releases that like, yeah, just like has the aggressors or something. In OG, there's a character similar to Gallowin that you'll probably like more because you get to know them before stuff happens. Okay, yeah, I think I would also care a lot more if we had like had Karwai during the first season of this. Like, if he was a character that we now had to fight, and like he kept the things that we invested into him, I think that would have been a lot better. I think it would have been a lot more interesting. Let's turn this on so I can catch back up with chat. You do not like how Final Fantasy Tactics and Tactics Ogre treat terrain height, honestly. I know that they have terrain height. I don't remember like what effect, to what account it plays. You play Tactics Ogre lately. You can say story is not so pinnacly as it's praised to be. Oh, okay. Remake adds a lot with VA, glossaries, etc. Oh, does the remake have... I'm not surprised that the remake has voice acting now. I probably should play the new one. It's a bit melodramatic to me, to my likes, but you care. Yeah. Your fanfic would be extremely tropey along the lines of Karwai Gallowin having some character traits that reflect the other aggressors who are students. Yeah, right, that like that each aggressor sort of like got one element of who he is. Like, these two feel really dead weight back here. I'm really worried about them. Okay. I guess we do what we can. Let's show off our revolver. And Kai without a mustache, that would be really fun. That he just has like a little bit of chin stubble because he's not really figured out what he wants to do with his like facial hair yet. I am kind of down with this map design though. Actually, yeah, here. I don't mind that the planes are deprioritized because a lot more about this then means we have to try and get as many attacks in through, like, we need to get high priority support attacks in. And we're like more incentivized to, now that we are this far into the game, get people paired up really early on to just like force 4 attacks because of how threatening they can be. Height and FFT is affected by their jump stat. Also, range damage does more when shooting down. And if the difference is too steep, the melee will miss. Oh, okay. That feels like more akin to how war games work almost. Like, I remember having to measure like height, terrain, and hero escape a lot. And that like giving height advantage adds extra like damage. I'm assuming that probably doesn't change anything. I'm assuming when you say range damage, you mean ranged melee damage and not like, oh, I cast Firaga from 5 spaces above you, therefore I do more damage. That'd be weird. The curse of being SRX components, you can see why they're not playable in 30. Oh, do you just get the SRX in 30 and do you not get the components? Yeah, they definitely feel like components for sure. I would probably like the SRX more if I was allowed to separate like separate strats with it. I know, but hype being so prevalent makes the map less readable and also kind of ugly. I kind of are liking the map designs. Yeah, I do think it is definitely a thing that is like frustrating to design around. Yeah, only the SRX. Interesting. I'm sure that was entirely well received and in no way frustrating or controversial. I think let's just try and take one of these out. Yeah. You decided to make Aya more effective, make her life my second excellent. I do, yeah. It was a little disappointing to me. Here, we can, like, now that I'm almost finished, we can talk about Ryusei a little bit more. Like, excellent, and even to some extent Bullet. Bullet does not get to do a lot yet, but like he matters so much more. The two of them matter so much more than Aya and Rai do. Like, I love that Aya is the commander of their group. She never exercises that, like, not once. Good night, Pringle. I understand why you're tired. Please go get some rest. Please take care of yourself. Remember, in modern games, we don't get variable forms or combination solo units. I know I do. I do remember that. I wasn't sure if this would like be the exception because it is like literally the face of the company. I guess not anymore. I like Aya as our resident single 30s woman, so you tend to use her in your Ryusei runs. I wish that she got to do more. I feel like she is very much left in the dust by just like Ryusei's story trying to focus on him so much. I don't think it's a problem necessarily. Like, I get why. That is definitely more the shonen protagonist perspective. Like, he is a very particular type of shonen, and that shonen usually prioritizes its main character above all else, and all of its side characters are always side. Where Kyosuke also, like, Kyosuke's type of story definitely values having its ensemble cast to do work with the rest of its cast. It's the reason why Getter Robo only gets its main form nowadays. People say they want Getter 2 and 3, but you can see the numbers. They do all attacks videos. Yeah. But that's also, like, there's, like, some amount of confirmation by that bias to that Midori. Like, inherently, because there are fewer of them, people are going to watch them less, and then people are going to watch them less, so people are going to make fewer of them, people are going to think we want lesser of them. Again, the compounding effects of the things, like, human brains are bad at. I feel like he uses that role much more in the start of the Ryusei route. Yeah, okay, no, that's true. That is true. Like, the first 6 chapters, it came up a number of times. And then beyond that, it just, like, sort of stopped mattering. Yeah, Aya has the Ingram plot, but she is incidental. Like, Ingram has Aya in his plot. Like, she is not doing a lot in that. She is definitely receiving plot in that a lot more. Like, we are told by Ingram more how she feels about him than we get a lot of interiority from her about how she about how she feels about him. SRX crew is also stacked, and she is largely overlooked for Latune, even when it comes to romantic partners for Ryusei. I definitely never considered her as a romantic partner for him. I think that's like also maybe that is like part of the case. Is that just like we have a lot of characters, and we have a lot of characters that are like interesting to explore and worth exploring. Yeah, the Ingram plot is definitely constant, but that's so much more about Ingram and what his relationship is to her, and less about her relationship to him. I think Divine Wars does Aya quite well, but take that with a grain of salt. You watched the first half of Divine Wars months ago. I'm curious to say. Receiving plot, I smirked. I mean, it's not that. Like, that wasn't intentional, but like, I suppose accidents happened. Plot is not the only thing she receives or wanted to receive. Yeah, no, that's the joke. How can we just check again? How old is Latune compared to Ryusei? Like, do I need to be like actively frustrated? OG is a bit more for okay, good. Okay. I guess having Russell go first is probably bad. Plotting the plot, I see. Yes, very much. We can just persist this. It's like a 2 years board. Okay. OG is excellent in Kusuha game. Oh, I hit. Wait, whoops. Whoops. How is it more of an excellent game than this? You can't know Latuna's exact age because war crimes. I mean, sure, but like we definitely do have a guess at it. Like it's not entirely unknowable either. Like we still definitely have her. We definitely have her written in the mind of being like a young teenager. Like you can't tell me she is not designed around being like a younger kid, right? That's true, Midori, but it looks like 15 and 17 with those two. I was definitely reading her as younger than that, but that makes me feel a little bit better. Though, like, I can't tell. She looks a lot younger in a lot of the art. And we're like, I feel like we're kind of given to her being a bit savant-y. So like I have definitely been maybe reading her much younger. Just wait, you're gonna get so much more excellent. Oh, incredible. Okay. The important thing is close to Ryu's age. Like there was definitely a part where I was like, is she 12? Yeah, like there was definitely a part where I was questioning whether she was like 12 or not, and I was like, ooh, yikes, this is really spooky. But I am also definitely like more apt to read anime characters as younger just because of all of the things we always talk about. At least one who's discovered love, but she also has a very late emotional development. Yeah, like she is. That's why I was like using the word savant. She has a lot of like higher intellectual thought, but is like very emotionally unintelligent because of her upbringing and like her. Yeah, no, that like I wasn't thinking she is now. Yeah, no, I really, yeah, no, you can understand why I was like, ooh, yikes. Yeah, no, I'm glad that she is not. I don't think that she is now, but like on an initial pass about her, I was like, ooh, like how young is this kid? We did not line up our map attacks very well. That is okay. Or not our map, sorry, not our map attacks, our support attacks. Yeah, right, like you understand why I was concerned if that was what I was like reading out of it. But yeah, no, if and like to that point, like I was just saying, I think a lot of this has changed because we've now learned about her having the upbringing that she did. We're gonna give her a rouse. I guess from Russell we're less apt to use his spirit. Then we can TK sword. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I think we're good here. As much as you like Latuna X Ryusei as a ship, their relationship is probably better as the older teen crush that helps her get through the trauma instead of becoming fully romantic. Yeah, I don't buy that they have a healthy relationship. It feels a lot more like infatuation. I am not usually one. Are you surprised to know that I'm not usually one to like be high on shipping characters? I'm interested in character relationships by all means. But especially when she has her dress, I understand your reaction if you thought she was 12. Yeah, thank you. Okay, yeah, exactly. Hey guys, what's the canon year in Moon Dwellers? The wikis are only giving me up to OG Gaiden. She is small, but usually child mistreated tend to be malnourished and be smaller if they survive to adulthood. I mean, also true. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that like a lot of this comes from also. A lot of this comes from just like not knowing what her backstory was. That like now that we have it, it's much easier to read in a way that is like not turbo yikes. The real answer is SRW is cowards and made Ryusei shonen levels dense and unaware of female feelings. Yeah. he definitely seems very oblivious in the way that, like, yeah, we kind of like our shonen protagonists. I do wonder if, like, part of this reception is just also just because we force so many relationships at the end of this story. Like, I do understand why. Like, people are, like, preparing whether they're going to their death or not. I do understand why people are, like, thinking about relationships or not. But we definitely also seem to want to pair up all of our characters, and perhaps that's, like, why Ryusei gets the, like, feedback he does. Though, I guess, no, we do talk about it ahead of time. Ryusei Valcione is the only canon for Ryusei. You're talking much more of a fan of Kyosuke. I know, it's a big surprise. Wait, how is it unhealthy? He's obviously, but definitely respects Latune as a person and a friend. Right, but, like, he is in a way her commanding, like, he has some amount of commanding officer energy. He also, like, not commanding officer. She frames him somewhat as a superior. And, like, that kind of dynamic, we've argued about this before, like, that kind of dynamic to me is always prone to being unhealthy. She also is very deliberate and, like, wants to try at things once she is put into them. She does not actively choose to go into them. We've seen her need to be pushed into them. But, like, a lack of attention and care is the thing that lets her, like, fall into the problematic patterns of her life. And Ryusei, while, like, respecting her, is also, like we just said, is very much not apt to give attention. I feel like that's, like, going to enable her. I'm really into shipping, so I can't see how you are not. I like seeing what the plot is doing. If I want to make plot, I'd write it myself. You like to engage with the health of, like, all toxic substances. That's a very funny way of phrasing it. Yeah, like, Ryusei is not careful. Ryusei is very in his own world, and a person like that is more prone to enable and reinforce the, like, upbringing that Latune has, because she does seem to need someone around her that is, like, actively looking out for her and, like, is actively trying to be deliberate about their relationship. Yeah, maybe it's about being deliberate. Ryusei seems much more about the casualness of relationship. Not that he's not sincerely interested, not like a casual fling. But he seems much more about the, like, it's easy to be with you, where Latune seems much more about the, like, I'm working to make this good. It's actually going crazy look at the names for OG because it doesn't state current ages as of Moon Dwellers. That's wild. That seems very frustrating. Is this just, like, all par for the course because of the translation that happens with it? Hard to care about characters and story and not care about relationships. Well, I'm not saying I don't care about relationships. Yeah, like, I just don't care about, like, adding to... I don't feel like I need to add to them myself. OG doesn't have more than a year later, so it's a bit difficult to find years. Yeah, they're co-workers. Can be unhealthy, isn't always unhealthy. I remember this being a disagreement we've had. Yes, yeah. You seem to see orange flags as red flags never cross. Yes. I don't think there's a thing as an orange flag. Wait, is the year 190 in Moon Dwellers? Interesting. I guess I don't, when is this then? Yeah, a lot of OG knowledge is lost sadly in Japan. Yeah, I'm not surprised. What do you mean 5 years passed between all these games? Oh, wild. I admit I would have never read any things you said in their story. Not saying you were bad for noticing them, just you're oblivious to such deep relationship dynamics. Yeah, like, are you truly surprised that I, like, went hard about any of this stuff? But two, like, that's also, like, I do intentionally look to try to read into plot. I don't add things that aren't there, but God, being a citizen OG is hell. They do seem to go through cataclysm after cataclysm. Do you have any way of improving your accuracy? You do have a bullseye. Sure, we can do that. You cheered yourself already. No, you did. Okay, great. Welcome to Austin LP. Yeah. 186, 187. Okay, cool. Austin is a lore miner because he can engage and use previous meta-narrative knowledge. Oh yeah, absolutely. I've played things before, I've read things before, I know how things carry through stories. And like I mean, it is definitely one of the reasons why I've enjoyed streaming, is because I need to engage with you all about it. Like, phrasing it that way makes it sound like unpleasant, right? Like you're not holding me captive, but like if I want to be a good streamer, I need to engage with the things that you all are talking about. And because you all tend to focus on the story more than I do, I am like just predisposed to be thinking about it a lot, and like because I'm thinking about it a lot, it like makes it stick and I can analyze it a lot more. Yeah, no, I'm really glad we got 2 maps in. We very easily start. I mean, yeah, there's no way we don't start OG next week. You can just imagine some guy going, well, honey, all the aliens are back again. See you in a couple months. People use the Doomsday Bunker. Yeah. And boy, you don't know the end of Apocalypse in OG. The last chapter of JoJo's Stone Ocean would be jealous. It's just a very different tone. It's a very different tone. I would love to avoid a power scaling conversation today. We do hold you hostage. We are forcing you to engage with the story. I mean, I guess that is a little bit true. Like, I would probably just skip all the story if I was on my own. Because I'm the weirdo over here being like, no, in fact, the numbers are doing it for me. And everyone's like, why do you care about the numbers? We're here for the story. You're so intentional. It's refreshing. Good. I'm glad. That's what I want, Drop Crew. I get, like, both of those 2 things are, like, you can tattoo them on my forehead as, like, the 2 MOs. But like I don't know how to not be intentional. Like how do you go about living and not have this level of intentionality? I don't know. But I'm glad you find it refreshing. I'm glad you enjoy it. We end OG1 on Thursday, then Friday could be OG2, although you do want to do post OG1 discussion thing. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to think about it. I was saying at the top of stream that like I think it's harder to do that for this one. I'm going to feel like this is just sort of like thrown up on a pinboard randomly because everyone can switch around. Like it's going to be really prone to just one. It's really going to be prone to like just one playthrough rather than like a much larger summation. But I'll think about it. Maybe the answer is also we just go a little bit longer on Thursday. I don't know. We'll see. I'm considering. Like, I knew OG verse is hell, but I thought they got longer breaks. Yeah. Oh, so this is Stockholm Syndrome. Very good job. Yeah. See, it is real. Not power scaling, just the quality of population decreasing events in OG and JoJo Part 6 are fighting real hard. Yeah. No, I'm messing with you. JoJo is just music crossover, right? They're basically the same thing. We have our Bancho to be Josuke. Could just do a mega discussion post tier list, post OG2 2.5. Yeah, I'm not opposed to that also. That's what I'm saying, right? Like that's what I'm saying. Like I still kind of want to think about some of this. Like what format does like any of this make sense in? Because I probably should do something. Yeah, I don't know. I think because we're like now talking about like what the end feels like, I will probably be able to just sort of like monologue for a while this weekend and decide whether I've got enough stuff to say. Yeah, I think we'll probably know by like Monday, Tuesday. Yeah, I know we already had a lot of disagreements about the W tier list. Something that NR wrote that I just like never went back to write. I never went back to respond to. I have like some notes still written up on a Google Sheets list somewhere. I just like never had the bandwidth to like finish doing any of it. And I feel like it's going to be more prone to that. And like, of all of the things, you know, I'm going to be the one most to like try to avoid deliberately spreading like information that could be misread as like something else, right? I don't want it to come off as like, I think this is actually where things go. I think this is actually how things work. Yeah. The tier list is canceled. I'm not sure yet. I don't know yet. Wait, actually, this is just as funny as the guy living in the Trails universe. Big stuff happens, and then moving to a different country to avoid, only to run to another big incident. I remember you telling me about it before. That is very funny. Oh, he's got regen spawn. Never mind. That wasn't worth it. It's fine. It does feel surreal. We're already near the finish. It's really surprising. Yeah, no, this has happened. This has happened so quickly. Like all of Trails 13 games happen over the course of like 8 years. That is also a really frantic pace. Misunderstanding. They are called misunderstandings. Austin, you language nerd. Yeah, but like, I think that there's a little bit of a difference because I have both presented myself as an authority and because I have a video about it. Like, this is not like, it's not being presented on a like equal peers forum kind of situation, right? I am presenting this as a video, like it exists in a like structured canon. You call it your tier list impressions, or just broadly talk about your roster squad. Yeah. No, you are right. You are right to say that people did like it. I do. That's why I've like not had a definitive answer yet, right? Like that's why I've not been like, it's obviously going to be this way or not going to be this way, because people really did value being able to like talk about that at the end. What the hell is Trails and why have to watch videos of it? Have you no memory of them? Yeah, you and me both, Midori. We're learning together exactly how this thing seems to tick. Also, misunderstandings can happen. It can be okay. I know it can, but like, I do need to think about that as someone who is making content. And like, why would I don't want to deliberately walk into a misunderstanding if I can avoid it. That's why I gotta think. The world isn't on your shoulders. You're allowed to have first reactions, thoughts. Oh yeah, no, I know I am, but like, you saw that in like our tight-knit and like already largely understanding community, we had people responding in ways that suggested they were not reading it that way. Yeah, I don't dislike the idea of first impressions. I find them very valuable for myself because I like being able to see like where I was and like what I'm coming back to next time I'm approaching a thing. Again, hence why I'm like, it's not out, it's just thinking. Sometimes Austin is too intentional. I can never be too intentional, never. You really are professionally changed to have an academic audience. And the conservation of knowledge, it's so funny to notice to me. You're so serious. Oh yeah, always. I want to pat and let him have a nap, thank you. No, it's fine, I don't care. Oh yeah, no, not Tails, no, Trail. Yeah, Trails is different. Yeah, no, Midori, I definitely did the first time I heard about them. I know, I do. I like definitely have thought of this much less as the months have rolled on, as sort of just this like hanging out thing, like how it started, and so much more about like trying to do it as a professional, because like I would love that to be the case. But we'll see. Yeah, Tails is completely different. Yeah, like a couple of them are connected, but usually you know when they are. Okay, we've got a second one of these, so we can do this now. Presumably we'll have one more boss. It's even more funny when you're a fan of Tails and Trails, and sometimes, yeah. No, it does get I'm sure those wires get crossed. And both games use the term crafts too. Incredible. Crafts and arts, yeah. We need a JRPG called Tails and Trails, but also unrelated to either of them. This channel kind of ballooned out of nowhere. You'll find where you want to be. I know, yeah, I know. I keep thinking about this too. Like, this is just so different than what I had originally intended. Like, I spend so little time on, like, the type of video that I thought I was going to be making or, like, that I want to make. But, like, we just still so deeply need playthroughs of this. Every time we play any game and we reflect on, like, what the state of any of this is, it's so surprising how few of these games have, like, modern playthroughs of them at all. I think we've gotten some Trails videos and Sleeping Essays shuffled on your... Yeah. Can we move Russell back? He is 2 from... I don't want to waste another enable on him. We can do this. Then you can go here for Unstoppable TK Sword. Support. Good. Okay, before we mess this up, you have G-Wall. That doesn't matter. We already got around the Mind Block. You got regens. Okay, great. Yeah, I don't think he's our real boss. Yeah. I know. I never imagined I was going to have 100 subscribers. Like, this number is still wild to me. And I'm all, like, at the risk of tooting my own horn, I would not be surprised if I make 1 or 2 larger scripted videos like I did. Like once I finally get my editing software back and I can start working on, like, the W solo run, I would not be surprised if we, like, also jump again. That's also why you selfishly had you stream these. Yeah. Yeah, no, it really is. It really is. Like, I don't think that's selfish. Like, that is also what I wanted. Like, I do think the commentary on it is helpful. I think the organic process of making the thing continues to be coming back to, like, why I want to keep doing this. You can confirm that you jumped to join these streams because it's one of the few things you can contribute to the discussions. Exactly, yeah, right? Like, I don't want to be an island to myself about this knowledge. I, like, want to ultimately hold as much information about this as possible for myself, but, like, I do learn from you all and your experiences with them. And I do want this to be a collaborative effort to, like, unpack these games. It's not for everyone, but when Trails hits, you kind of just become obsessed with it. I know. I'm like. That's one of the reasons why I'm scared to start them. Like, I don't have time to become obsessed with the game, and I probably will be, especially with your professional level. I'm so surprised. I have such imposter syndrome. I feel like I'm not that professional at all, but I guess I am. So July was funny for games. July 10th had Assassin's Creed Remake, Echoes of Aincrad, and Grand Blue Ragnarok. Then August is Beast of Reincarnation, Game Freak's new game. Okay. And Star Wars Zero Company. That's a very packed summer. OG really is a trampoline to SRW tubers. Yeah. We could probably Zeal this. Or, I guess he's only got drive. That's fine. But yeah, like, I know that I can, and I know that theoretically it is not bad to. It feels bad to me to like sort of deliberately play off of knowing that, like, I can sort of, like, vie for people's attention. I want people to come organically. But, like, then again, I need to, like, fight the algorithm. I'm going to be part of this. It's an interesting predicament. Like, 1 year you played 7 of their games. That's so much. Compared to the average streamer, you're much more professional and intentional. Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope I keep it that way. I hope you all, like, make sure I stay that way. It's not your job to, but, like, please keep me honest about it. I will sever you from your fate, Colonel, and your curse. Brace yourself. No, I think you probably will all want me to be a little bit less professional and just, like, have fun and be more casual sometimes. Yeah, as I said, the academic background makes itself present. Good, I'm glad. I certainly wear it on my sleeve. I don't try not to. I mean, sometimes I try to, like, I'm trying sometimes to not be as academic as I want to be. It's still wild how much it is. It is just, like, where I'm meant to be. You're doing this for the love of information and for free. I think you're adequately professional about it. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad you find me interesting, Gundam. I'm so glad. Yeah, like, that will actually be the true test, right? The way y'all are going to keep me honest about it is once you leave, I will know that I have become a thing that is wholly different. Perhaps, yeah, we will see. I'm curious. Then September is even worse. Onimusha, Trails Remake, second. Fortune Sweep, Another Eden Begins, Control Resonant. Then October is Castlevania Belmont's Curse, Tales of Eternia, Final Fantasy Resonance. I'm so excited for Belmont's Curse and Final Fantasy Resonance. I'm so excited. Yeah, I do wonder how much, like, what I have now will fade rapidly. Like, I imagine all of y'all who are in the chat are, like, pretty much always still going to be around. But, like, we certainly don't have 100 people chatting with us all of the time. Like, not by any stretch of the imagination. Like, that's not a problem to me. Like, certainly not. Yeah, I'm curious. No one would call you not interesting. I feel like I'm not interesting enough, but I hold myself to an impossibly high standard. So I'm glad you all find me so. We call you a unicorn on the internet for a reason. Yeah, we're fascinated by your brain and your takes. I am definitely the oddball. I will gladly be the internet's unicorn, though I feel like that has a different implication. No, Castlevania and Resonance cannot come out soon enough. It's so true. There's my gotcha answer. I'm just waiting for Resonance to come back out. You forgot Ace Combat 8 in October. No one shall forget anime playing game. We were saving it for you, Gundam. You had to be the one to tell us. It would be rude of us to take it from you. The only way to release your shackles is to defeat you, just like him. And ideally, Valletta doesn't get this kill herself and Kai gets to do it, so that we can also, like, give it to an aggressor, too. Hot pink-haired girl is making a good argument, not gonna lie. Oh yeah, isn't there one of those in the new game? Ace Combat and Super Robot Wars when Gundam would lose his mind. Yeah, Drumker, no, that is exactly why I said that. That's exactly why I said that. You're so excited. I'm excited for Resonance. We were both talking about it. It is the like return to the right? Is that not like the remake of the Final Fantasy gacha? I love that. I played so much of that. Howdy, Llama. Welcome. You've come at a very interesting time. I hope you've been having a good day. Yeah, it is. Yeah, right. I am only so aggressive about gachas, like, because I also think about them a lot. Like, I will definitely like it. Oh, you never played it? Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, no, it was very good. It was very good. The Print Shop graphic design partnership has finally yielded $20. Incredible. You know what? The first success might not seem like a lot, but it is a first success. I'm so proud of you. I'm so happy for you, Llama. But MEP and Brain is being mean. Please go take care of yourself. If you being here is that happy to, but thank you for coming in to tell us. I'm really happy. Yeah, don't worry. Right now, what we're talking about is thruples. Me being a thruple to the internet. The mobile Super Robot Wars are loose enough with what is a mecha that is combat is a question of when. I mean, fair. Yeah. If what was it? Was Zombieland in one earlier? Is that what we said? Like, I think we could probably handle some planes. I mean, heck, we've got Spike Spiegel in a regular game. Like, hell, Yamato counts Ace Combat. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, let's try this one more time. Ugh, the only way to repay you now is to make this quick and painless. I think it's because Ace Combat lacks the traditional anime art style. Yeah, I mean, yeah. No, like, I do understand why it has not been included so far, but Ace Combat is crazy enough to fit into SRW. Like, you can see the strange real countries in some random corner of the world. Oh yeah, no, I think it would fit well, but based on what you've told us about it. You want to see a World War I plane get a support attack from Devilman into Livemod? Oh no, have we Fortnite-ified this game too? I don't know about Ace Combat, but it sounds interesting in SRW. We could have more jets. Yeah, I just like want more regular stuff in SRW to like scale, to like make the scale of like the Gunbuster showing up also more magnanimous. All we gotta do is Ace Combat, get anime, then it'll be in. I mean, if we chanted enough, you know what, Gundam? You haven't talked about Ace Combat enough yet. You know how this channel works. We have magic in us. If you just say it enough times, then it'll happen. Heavily damaged, ejection, impossible, shutting down. I thank you. Now I can be... Colonel, no, you return to your senses. I mean, not for long enough that was like, we could save him. I wonder, I wonder, I'm assuming that probably is like special if we use one of the aggressors to get the kill. Colonel Carwai, ugh, never thought I'd be putting the final nail in aggressor coffin personally. You'll pay for this, arrogators. I'll make you pay. Being Conjure me to apparently we summoned a new Gundam game and a classic 2D HD Final Fantasy game. It's true. You tend to joke with ejection, saying ejaculation instead for a movie joke. That feels like some scary movie kind of stuff. Though I would not be surprised if that showed up in Airplane. I've not watched Airplane in a while. We already have 3 meteors. We could probably make do with a 4th. It's true. I see you've been freed from Judeka's shackles, Galwin Macabal. No, you deserve to be called Colonel Carwai Lau, commander of the aggressors. May you rest in peace. You! There's no mistaking that, mech. A surprisingly quick comeback. Let me guess, are we getting close to our goal? You're clearly underestimating us. This autoplanetoid will not be so easily stopped. Shut up! We're gonna beat you and destroy the White Star. There'll be no need for that. After all, you'll all be given a new duty within the Naveen. Is that right? Not if we have anything to say about it. We're not your stupid samples, and we're definitely not your weapons. Yep, pretty much. We're human beings with feelings and minds of our own. Major Ingram's gonna learn that the hard way. Agreed. Oh, and by the way, I still haven't let you off the hook for reeling me in and throwing me back without ever doing anything to me. Ha! There's no need for me to tamper with you. You already had traces of past conditioning. Wait, what? Assault 1 to all units. Moving on. Defeat the Argon Rivale and break into the central core of the enemy fortress. Roger that, Lieutenant. Ingram, we'll break your shackles personally. I'll break your shackles personally. Your back's up to the wall now. Come at me with all you've got. Right back at you, Ingram Pliskin. It's high time you paid the piper. That's right! For all the countless souls that have been scattered to the wind, our duty, our determination, our strength, may they be our blade to strike him down! That's right, an invisible blade, projected by the mind. That is our weapon. Major Ingram, we will defeat you. Once we take down the Rivale, our biggest obstacle to reaching the core will be gone. That's how close we are to winning. Come on, our chosen few, show me your true power. I was hoping he was going to move a little bit closer. You do not like the content of one of the prints, and the print shop staff agreed, but we're getting paid, so you weren't allowed to make it. Yeah, it's a real frustrating problem, Llama. It's a real frustrating problem. Austin Powers, got it. Oh yeah, we talked about that being, I was surprised that was a childhood movie. What is Mecha Chameleon, and why is it all over my feed? It's the new friend game. It is the new friend game. It's this like art, it's this like paint yourself and like play hide and seek kind of deal. That Kai comment has some wasted story potential. I can sympathize with the aggressor's anger, but you have no connection to Gallowin. Yeah, that's what I was saying, right? Like, if we had seen Gallowin, if we had like gotten him, if we had gotten Gallowin to do what Songer started as, I think I would have liked him a lot more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it is definitely like another Among Us. I don't think it'll last very long. I think the premise is interesting. I think the execution is just very underwhelming. Maybe you just lack friends, but this game's never hit. They never engaged me very much by it. But where are my numbers in them? So, like, is it surprising? Okay. Mecha Chameleon is funny. It works for usual streamers. Yeah, I think it is. I think it is probably better designed for people that you want to watch than you want to play it with. Yeah, the genre you've dubbed as friend slop, which is so funny because I thought you hated that term last time we used it too. It's just a lack of anything outside the pure gameplay. Small translation complaint. Zonger does a lot of samurai speech in Japanese, but this translation is only reflected during action scenes. But he speaks the equivalent Western knight speech. Yeah. To return to our like translation conversations the other day, yeah, like it is definitely lost that he speaks more like a samurai, or more like the who's the famous like probably more like a Kurosawa type samurai. You hate the word, but it does tend to fit games like Among Us, Fall Guys. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it fits for Among Us. Like, Among Us definitely started a trend, but Among Us is like a very natural, natural result of the like hidden role game. You loved the blind, deaf, mute bomb deactivation one. What? I think so, Llama. I think you just nailed my issue usually with those games. Oh, there's no story. Yeah, you do definitely you prioritize story the way that I prioritize numbers. Yeah, this is fine. We will start draining his energy soon. I feel like when the kind I could play exactly 3 games and get bored and move on. Yeah. Yeah, like I do. That's what I said. Like I do think they're designed around streamers a lot more, which I don't think is a bad thing. Like, I mean, like I'm definitely thinking a lot about like what is good to stream or like what is interesting to put on a stream. So having a thing that is like designed around that does not seem like necessarily a bad idea. But I do think we have an oversaturation of it at this point. Oh, don't stop talking or everyone explodes. I really enjoyed that. That was fun. I found that very endearing and very engaging. But that was like also like it did not have a plot, but it had a very deliberate like story setting to it, which I do think benefited a lot. You love me story characters, literally bread and butter. Sure, I mean like I do too. I just like I'm willing to see what if, like, I think not every type of plot, or not every type of game necessarily needs that, you know? I think that there's a lot of interesting game to be played without necessarily, like ratcheting ourselves to those. It's a game of friendship where 3 people deactivate a bomb, one is, yeah, okay, yeah. I don't remember it being exactly that way, Drumker. Like, I have a couple of manuals that people use. It's just that the manuals are, like, intentionally obfuscatious. Speaking of things that are interesting, did you know Monbomon is originally an armor Eva for Patamon? Llama, I learned that looking it up last night because I kind of got a little obsessed with it. I did, if you told me that, I did not know that off the top of my head. But that is really fun. I like that a lot. Oh, it's new. Got it. Okay, got it. No, I like it a lot. It's like, it is just so weird as to be charming to me. I'm kind of here for it. Because Llama's here and mentioned Digimon. Digimon Up is upon us. New Digimon Gacha looks like an idle auto battler, but shares a lot of similarities with devices. Okay, cool. Maybe I will try that. I've not been the biggest fans of auto battlers in the past, but no, I got there. I got there now. Drumker, I got there now. Don't you worry. I got there. Sorry, that was way more dramatic of a reaction than was warranted what you said. I'm like into the throes of trying to do it the Rivale second time. It uses the 3 monk aesthetic too. Incredible. Surely we'll dodge this. We'll auto dodge this. I have seen those original statues. Those original statues exist in like right outside one of the Japanese temples that I visited a lot. It was a little underwhelming seeing them sort of like thrown into a corner really unsurreptitiously. Oh yeah, you saw a few image of that on Wikimon while browsing. Gotta get up to speed on Digimon Beat Break. I think Zero missed a couple episodes. You think you missed a couple episodes? Because I'm so deep down the Tokusatsu hole. Yeah, I do have Time Strangers now, thanks to Cam's generosity. So you now have evidently the ability to try and force me to play it. As if you're gonna need to force me. Like, I want to. I'm sure it's gonna be great. I'm sorry, did that remove 10 energy? This is not worth it. Hey, talking about those statues are originally from which culture? I'm pretty sure they're from Japan. Man, I find the Tales of Ray's impression because it's a gacha game that works exactly like the console game controls, but on phones. That's really nice. I love that a lot. Austin Time Stranger, funny numbers. Are you like saying my sleeper cell activation words, Llama? Oh, it's because he has weapon block. Okay. So this energy doesn't even matter. Right? Oh, no. Okay, no. We'll nullify will down, SP drain, and spirit disabling statuses. Attack down, range down. Okay, so we can drain energy. Are you really telling me that we went to all that work just to get a 10 energy drain off of a weapon? Yeah, that's like heinously bad. Maybe because it's a drain. Maybe because the problem is it's a drain rather than a, like... just an attack, right? Like we're like theoretically supposed to get something out of that. Let's say. I'm sure I will. Like I've very much been looking forward to playing this. Hypnosis works in strange ways for us. It's reiteration of a game name. We have learned this through Fantasy Maiden Wars, evidently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we can just pop you here. Yeah, just like getting him to drain his own energy from his like own attacks is so much better. Who else did we gave energy drain to one other person? Can we like find this in here? No, that's a shame. I do wish there was a better way to like check that kind of thing. It would be really helpful if if we had a menu that showed us any of that. But I guess we are just coming in swinging. Have a... You know what? Have a love. Her love is so cheap. That's incredible. That sounds terrible. We're down to 3 7-day. Oh, I forgot to check which weapon. We wanted to be using Axiom Buster, not Gunslave. And he's been using a lot of Gunslave. Okay, that's fine. Sure. Doesn't actually matter what we're hitting him with, because this is never going to do damage. It's going to stay at this juncture. I just noticed, do we have Mecha Show that fights against demons or travels to the kind of hell? I was thinking about Doom and my thoughts crossed. Surely there's gotta be, right? There's gotta be. Digimon up, you select a partner Digimon. The choices are Agumon, Gabumon, Biyomon, Tentomon, Palmon, Goemon, Patamon, Gatomon, Veemon, Armadillomon, Hawkmon, Wormmon, Guildmon, Renamon, and Terriermon. That's a lot of starting options. That's really nice. We also found an old Digimon mod that's still being updated to this day. You will try that one free of the lake cabin. A mod for what? Speaking of special weapons, OG2 has a mecha with stun lock weapon. Trivializes a lot of bosses for the second half with the right setup. Any pre-considerations on it? I mean, like, I will probably want to try it. Like, I do want to, like, sort of see what the, like, I want to see what this game looks like when it is just, like, operating at all cylinders. Oh, one of the Minecraft mod. Got it. Yeah. I hope you have a good time with it. You seem to have been having a lot of fun with the one you have right now. There will be other Digimon. They will be supporters. They won't digivolve like their partners. Oh, okay, okay. I don't dislike that. I'm kind of here for that. There's so many good designs in those because like they were designed around the fact that they weren't always going to be like a strict upgrade in evolution. That having an excuse to like keep people in their base forms, I'm kind of in for. Persist. I don't know, but Mechs versus Demons sounds metal AF. Yeah, no, I'm like, if it doesn't exist, it really should. If you do find it, we should please post it. We all gotta know. They've also announced all the other Digivices, so expect partner Digimon too. Okay, cool. Also, Gekomon Beat Break Protai is a pre-register bonus. Wait, isn't Gekomon which is the lizard that has a tuba around its neck? You read Digilove instead of Digivolve. No, that's very different. Your first thought was New Getter, but you don't think the Oni Empire from that counts. Yeah, it's not exactly the same. It's not exactly the same. That was not what I wanted to use. That's fine. We need to not be adjacent to him because then he's only using his melee or his not melee attack. The the sprite works look so good for the game. Definitely scaled down and for the better. I really love the old sprite work of the earliest handheld stations. I really hope we get more stuff like that. Wait, Getter Robo G versus the 1,000 Oni Empire coins are Mecha versus Demons? Versus Onis is versus Demons? Should hold over until Elysian. Yeah, when is Elysian due out? I feel like we've talked about it a couple of times, but I never remember what the answer is. The Hyaku are more like cyborgs or enhanced humans in what you've seen. Yeah, they're definitely like they're not played directly as demons, but they're demon adjacent. Sadly, Digimon didn't digivolve out of love-like Pokemon. Yeah. The difference between the Gecko and the Tuba Frog seemed to be 1 extra K. Oh, okay, okay. Thank you. I thought I was losing my mind there for a second. Thank you for clarifying for me. Yeah, I mean they should be digi, but not obscured way. Oh, yeah. I think with FF7 Remake, people are realizing the appeal of HD 2D good quality sprite work. Didn't you just call me a boomer the other day for being like, "Where's my sprite work?" Your guess is as good as mine for Elysian. In theory, no later than December. Okay, okay. Let's have a... We might as well have a Pierce. I'm down for that. You already have a Persist on... And why not a Valor if we're already going in? Let's not use the Drive, though. The Valor... Multiple Valors, I think, will be enough. Yeah. You would never call you a boomer? Okay, sorry. You have implied that I've been a boomer in the past. Oh right, we never gave her a machine gun. That's fine. That works. I feel like we're very aligned on Final Fantasy. I do think we are. I do think we are roughly like in the same place on Final Fantasy. A rarity for us, it seems anymore. We are boomers, Austin. We are third floor people. I am no boomer. I am fresh and spry as the day is dawning. I mean, didn't you all call me a magical unicorn and like this fresh innocent boy earlier? I think sadly you're a Zoomer, but you don't self-identify as one. Yeah, if you're like I am at the very tail end of millennial. So if you were younger than me, you are probably a Zoomer. Maybe in 15 years, Pokemon will notice 2.5 is cool and make good games again. I wonder how much the new Game Freak game is going to influence that also. Like the other day, you saw someone using footage of OG's HD textures, and it was like, where are the pixels? This feels wrong. Yeah. I need to figure out the HD update for OG2 if we're gonna use it. Is being 27-year-old the new boomer? I hope not. You're pretty sure Pokemon could wrong even 2.5. I don't know how. Everyone's so hard on Pokemon anymore. I get why. It's again that like we've given them so much scrutiny. The person who made the post was like, the sprites look wrong on a bigger screen. I was like, the PS2 game, it was meant for a big screen. How big is that monitor? We can work with that. Here's a Valor. We actively don't want to pierce. Because we want to eat up the last of this energy. Well, the new Game Freak game graphics are more like FF7R, right? Yeah, they are. You're 30-year-old and you do not feel like a Zoomer. Drumker, I think I am 31. I think you are the literal end of it. I'm like right at the tail end of it. Also, your knees still, can you say you are spry and young? My knees absolutely say that I am spry and young. It is definitely a gut that is stopping that a little bit, but I can, like, if I actually tried to work it off at ever, like, I'm sure I could be hip-hopping around the neighborhood all fresh and young. Definitely, like, the stretches that I would do through martial arts helped me a lot. Like, I am still alarmingly flexible. Pokemon has earned internet hate. They gave, like, 2 gens on the Switch, a shockingly awful launch, and one that had a large internet outcry is why the internet is like that. I mean, yeah, and, like, they're also, like, the most sellingest thing ever. So, like, we are just going to have, like, a really high level of scrutiny for them. You want ambition for Pokemon, but they're like, nah, we good. Yeah. Yeah, the Legends Arceus definitely feels like it's the exception. How was I never played ZA. I do kind of still want to try either of the Legends games. I have not gotten to. Okay, hold on. Let's figure out who has. Does anyone have an energy down? You have an energy drain again. We may as well use this if we have them. Yeah, I know you were bothered by the no voice acting before. It definitely doesn't bother me as much, but I do understand why people are grumpy about it. But the Digimon story games. Oh, I guess. Sorry, hold on. I'm not saying this as a way to say that like it doesn't make sense why people be critical of them. Oh, nice. You're always a bit for martial arts, but in my case, it was just a kid experience, not anymore. I started it definitely as a really young kid. But yeah, no, I miss it real badly. I wish I had more time and was closer to my sensei to do a lot more of it. At some point, I should probably talk about it more. Sometime when we have a lot more time, we have more downtime, I can talk about it some if people want to like ask about it. So he was clowned awful for being too small. I got it. ZA has false walls. That's unfortunate. Yeah, and Time Strangers absolutely won them over. Yeah, I guess that was like roughly around the same time. I mean, actually, I say that, but like, I mean, what are we doing now other than just sort of like running through this man's like massive hunkin' bars of things? Especially when I'm talking about myself, I have a way easier time if like people are asking me questions. So like, do you want to hear about it? What would you like to know, I guess? The only defense you give Poke is about voice acting because they have, but only for the pokes. Yeah. Cooler design, more open world, voice acting, a good story, basically everything Pokemon lacked, yeah. Pokemon stories, character designs, and music are still good to me, but the gameplay and general look are so unsatisfying. You have zero reason to play them over a story recap. I think Pokemon hits at a very particular place for like gameplay now that we have all played like that style of game so much for so long. I do understand why it's like really hard to like want to see the gameplay as good anymore, and it definitely carried us it definitely carried a lot of us for a large portion of our time with them. We're gonna enable Excellence so she can come over here and Rampage Ghost. We can Rampage Ghost twice. Oh, she does not have enough morale for that. She's got love, though. Okay, that will work. Does Bullet... Oh, Bullet does not have a support attack left. Okay, that's fine. Oh, I see the 0 flashing now. Okay, that'll work. Yeah. As Smash Speaker, you could say Poke for Pokemon abbreviation, but I like the double entendre. Yeah. You just hate the defensive Pokemon not needing voice acting. I'm not saying it doesn't need it. I'm not saying it doesn't need it. I just, like, it has never been a thing that's bothered me. It needs it if they want to be treated seriously and how seriously they present their stories, especially after the Switch era. Why does a seriousness of story necessitate voice acting? Tell me the secrets of the inner mind of H.P. Lovecraft. I mean, we could talk about that too, but that's sort of, like, my Lovecraft did not get related to martial arts. The secret minds of the secret mind of H.P. Lovecraft was just that he was like, what if racism all of the time? That's the best I got for you there. But he did have a really interesting commonplace book. I wish I still knew my copy of it was. But a lot of his writing was very deliberately drawn from his experiences both as a child and also just sort of like wandering around Portland when he like had writer's block. People definitely aged up Pokemon combat. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. It's a very good like tutorial type of combat. Like it teaches you like the basics of thinking about how like games play. But yeah, you can very easily find yourself like that's why some people play Pokemon competitively now. It's like they want like the higher caliber gameplay again. You like in the same way for like this game. You actively need to opt into giving yourself a challenge. I am of the impression that Pokemon assumes that you are picking a type in the same way that you like the gym leaders do, and I think that makes the games a lot better. About Ingram, you might want to leave the kill to Violetta. Secret dialogue that isn't really secret because obvious character. Yeah. No, you make a good point. I appreciate you saying so. But yeah, we could. The thought was to save it for Violetta, but thank you for bringing it up. Nintendo games have a resilience in their way that's really weird. Either they stay the same or change each instance of a franchise. Yeah. Nintendo games have sort of like made themselves synonymous with like either intense stagnation or like flippant disregard for the past. The story's more cinematic now. You would say voice acting is necessary for immersion. Okay. This wasn't like a me trying to fight you about it. I was like just curious what you were gonna say. You can see how Latin American could look like exotic and weird place, but we are not only wild jungles, we have cities. Yeah. Yeah, they'll like want to present places like LATAM or Africa as this just like unsettled location is so strange. Pokemon doesn't need voice acting for the entire gameplay, but if they want to have cutscenes where characters move their mouths and emote, you hear nothing, it gets embarrassing. It's part of the stage play of it. Like, I know. The last one was about Lovecraft and how he portrayed us. Oh, yeah. No, Lovecraft did not have good intentions at heart when it came to presenting people, for sure. But the nature of Lovecraft's interest in space is always about the, like, austere and ostentatious. Like, it's always going to be things that are divergent from like what that space like quote unquote actually is. Like even walking around Providence, he like so badly represented Providence, but kind of on purpose because what he was interested in were the parts that were different, were the parts that were like divergent. I don't think that defends his like attitude by any stretch of the imagination, but that is just like, that is the MO, right? That is the reason. Okay, let's make sure Valletta is set up. We can't Black Hole Cannon, so we have to Leap Slasher, which is a shame. That's a real shame. But why? Oh, Latune is not close enough. He also reads like agoraphobic. Yeah. I think he has a lot of unresolved fears. I think that's like a lot of where it comes from. The other problem with bouncing the game is like, what if only one you basically mean super easy mode? Yeah. If presentation never changed, you would see not having voice acting, but it makes so obvious. It makes them look so much more small scale. Yeah, because we have changed a lot of the presentation. Sure. That like if we had just stayed in the like 2D pixel art forever, like if it had always looked like Gen 4, Gen 5, or sorry, Gen 3, Gen 4, I think people probably would complain about it less. I think that's true. Okay, no, we're good. A lot of us got that. Especially when Sword and Shield Scarlet Violet have two singer gym leaders, and it looks like they are lip syncing while forgetting the record singing. Yeah. I still will love both of those cycles. They both hold like very special places in my heart for especially when I played them. So I don't think that means they're without criticism, but I think I do like them more than the average fan, it sounds. Black and White even had the knowledge to voice its singers. Oh, did they? I did not play Black and White, X and Y, or Sun. I should go back and play them. Not Gen 5 because moving sprites. I mean, sure, but like that's like also a big change in presentation. I'm not saying that like there's not good things in later ones, but just like that is also a change in presentation. Oh boy, we did not do damage, gracious. You've done it before, girlfriend. Yeah. You're just a little confused because they're the most successful entertainment franchise on the planet, and they definitely could pay for. Oh, they're totally. Yeah. Okay, well, we can fix that next turn. I guess because we had such low morale. Merchandising is carrying Pokemon. Yeah, no, it definitely is carried a lot by its merchandise. That is for sure. The problem is the internet is an echo chamber of older players. I think the general population agrees with you about Pokemon. I do think that is true. Yeah. We can go there. That's such a shame. Like, there's gonna be so much HP to regen now. It's fine. Yeah, like because we are framing this in terms of like video games, we are coming at this from a like very limited perspective, where Pokemon is so much bigger than that. So you're always confused when people use GF as Game Freak. Oh, got it. I genuinely did not understand. I really thought we were going for like girlfriend. You say the drum for every mainline game has sold more and worse than Sword and Shield. Yeah. Oh, is he dying? No, we're fine. Okay. We need to bring you down to like 2k HP is what we decided. Here's a persist. Oh, it's gonna be even lower. It's gonna be even lower than that now because of the barriers we gotta get through. That's fine. Hold on, we're almost close to time. Let's get these out of the way quickly. Oh, here's another energy drain. Are they all energy drains? I mean, I guess they are better than nothing. Yeah. The growth doesn't mean reaching the heights of merchandise. The power of merchandising is really scary. It really is. No, it really is. Some players play Pokemon because they like seeing Pokemon exist and not gameplay or quality. What can you blame them? It's similar to some of us in Super Robot Wars. No, it is. Yeah, a lot of people do just sort of like getting to see their guy. Pokemon's like Disney. When you're big enough, the internet decides it's fun to dunk on you. I mean, yeah, also true. Were we not like we were like that's like kind of the thing we were just saying with What were we talking about? Where it was like, oh, it's like too big, therefore it's bad. You think it's their want to be counterculture? Yeah, like there is always a want to like push back on a thing that is really big simply because it is big, as evidenced by whatever that game is we were talking about earlier that I cannot think of right now. But yeah, Dromker, that's like kind of what I was trying to say before. That like eventually when things are large enough, you're going to just like receive so much criticism because you just have inherently a lot more eyes looking at it, and like that's just going to mean people are much more invested in it. Though in fairness, we specifically care about the quality of the SRW experience. We do. We have different, like, all of us seem to have different ideas about what that quality is going to look like, but we do care a lot more about it, where, yeah, that, like, theoretically the proposed fan seems to be less invested in the Pokemon experience. Not less invested. Less invested is disingenuous. They just, like, the thing they value out of the experience there's just less that is necessary to make the experience higher quality. I guess we also didn't need that Pierce. I just was so used to putting it on him. Yeah, we are all very vocal about modern gaming for sure. Quality SRW is that quality in the room. Yeah. Hey, I know that joke. Have a wall. We are like really taking this down to like all of our resources. Okay. I don't think we can use Kyosuke at this point. I think that would be lethal. We can try the machine gun. I don't hate that. You know what? For the sake of seeing the story. Okay, yeah, hold on. This is more for like story than it is for gameplay. We're not like safe scumming things for the sake of like the mechanics of it. I'm doing this because we want to make sure we get to see the Valletta dialogue. Perfect, exactly. Okay. And do you think more people are united about the issues of modern Pokemon compared to modern Super Robars? Oh, absolutely, 100%, absolutely. Like. But there also are just like more people to be unified about it. But I think there's a higher density of people. A larger percentage of people who care about Pokemon are unified about that perspective compared to Super Bombers. Yeah. Pokemon does have a lot of things you can criticize in good faith, but the social party poopers gonna make us critics look bad because they scream like monkeys instead of giving arguments. Yeah. You have a Spanish Simpson reference, but you had to translate it in the air. It's not being more united, it's being bigger and more evident. There's also bigger groups. Yeah, like it is also just way easier to find like communities of it. It's like way more spread out. You'll say you never got the Power World and you were right in it being a fad. That it left quickly. Oh yeah, really quickly. Digimon cassette beasts are the ones that are worthy of the crown. I love cassette beasts so much. I'm so happy about the new one. Power World has his 1.0, has these 1.0 these late days. Yeah, I never got into Power World either. Ingram. Valletta. Forgive me, Ingram. If this was the only way to release your shackles, then you at least deserve for me to see it through personally. It's all right, Valletta. I was being controlled by the Gozo shackles, but now those shackles are gone. My nefesh is freed of this false body. I leave the rest to you, Valletta. Valletta Pliskand. Ingram, I would like to thank you all, and to say, I'm sorry. What? Major, I won't ask you to forgive me, but don't be trapped by your past. I hope you walk a new path. Major Ingram, I'll finally regain myself, my whole self, my nefesh. That I found it on a precipice of life and death is what I deserve. But for one moment, no matter how fleeting, I've established the individual called Ingram Pliskand. I don't know how many times this makes it. I don't know how many me's there have been, but I know they all met the same end. I doubt he's dead. Some of your friends still play Power World, but yeah, the main drive has died. Yeah, for sure. You seen a lot of videos about 1.0. You don't even know why. Interesting. I have not at all. You think we have WoW to blame for games being dubbed Pokemon killers or Genshin killers? Oh yeah, no, definitely. Cross-game lore. Oh, I guess, so is the idea that he's commenting on all the other games we've played where he's, like, fought things? Yeah, no, I am pleased with this. I think this was a pretty fitting end for him. This was enough to, like, conclude some plot threads or, like, feel like they're tying them up with, like, leaving us with a lot of really good open ends for future. Yeah, it's like satisfyingly unsatisfying. No, Major. Ingram. Is this what you were destined for, Ingram Pliskin? What the hell? The instructor was being controlled the whole time? Are you serious? Probably. Man, all this time he was being used, just like Tenzin. Doesn't mean he gets a free pass for all the crap he did. I guess Ingram knew that too. Ingram's left us with something important to fight for, regardless of the circumstances. We have to carry that burden and bring an end to this battle. After all, we're the only ones who can. Got that right. You're tough stuff, Lieutenant Kyosuke. I've just got a thick skull is all. More G-Walls to sell, incredible. Hightail the Minecraft killer? Yeah. Oh yeah, no, like, I don't buy the idea at all, but it is definitely a term that has been derived because I do think WoW is the term that has given us that as a product. Get that garbage out of here. Yo, S adapter, incredible. It's a little late, but yeah. Jump Force the Super Robot Wars killer. That probably kills me with the Kyosuke detached completely to Ingram. Wait, the probably... Hit me with him on again one more time, Drum Crew, please. Divine Word does some interesting Ingram stuff too. Okay, cool. Wait, are we getting a new Jump Force or just the fact that we still referenced it? Oh yeah, we want to upgrade the Trombe's gun some more. We're not even that close, yeah. They ain't fully forgiven Ingram, but it also didn't downplay the brainwashing. Yeah. I also don't know, I don't know how much I buy what those shackles were doing. Like, I don't know how much I'm trusting this, like, turnaround. I suspect we're going to learn more about him. I hope we learn more about this in the future. I can't imagine we're not going to, given, like, the name we just dropped. I know we talked about it a couple of times earlier in the plot. We just, like, did not, like, thoroughly discuss it. He mentioned, I think Todd also mentioned the shackles at one point. We could have gotten new J-Stars, but no, we got ugly Jump Force, yeah? Kyosuke said, probably it kills me because he is completely detached to Ingram. He is not linked in the slightest apart from Excellence kidnapping. Okay, got it. Yeah. I understand why you say that. I don't know if that's true. We did just set up at the beginning of this operation. So last chapter, that Kyosuke does things for the sake of making the rest of the squad feel at ease. So if he can be callous and blunt about this, that does sort of relieve everyone else to feel what they need to feel, rather than having to confront the fact that they maybe just murdered somebody that's innocent. I don't know if he is detached. I think he is doing his job as a commander. Will we see more Ingram? Yep. Yeah, I'm sure we are going to. We've not seen the Astranagast, and there's no shot we're not pulling the Astranagast from Alpha. I don't believe that we're not. And we already know that there are clones. He talked about having other selves. I would not be surprised if we see another clone of him, or perhaps his consciousness got downloaded somewhere. But we've also seen even if they die on screen, it doesn't count. Tenzin died and didn't. Radam died and didn't. Our sensei died and didn't. We've basically been told that Levi is Aya's sister, so people don't seem to stay dead here at all. Personally, you believe Ingram personally was untouched, but his drive to a certain goal is manipulated. Personal considerations, no spoilers. Yeah, sure. I want to hold off on some speculation still until we see the rest of the plot. Because we have still no idea what anything is happening with the Arrogator, so it's really hard to say what Ingram was motivated to do. Yeah, the commander's job is detached. Sure, yeah. Yeah, I guess perhaps what I want to the wording I want to draw is that he is affecting detached. He might not actually be. This is the end of the game, Deathridge thick. No, other than the fact that we have OG2, OG Gaiden, the second OG, and Moon Dwellers. But also not necessarily. We could have an Athos moment where I would not be shocked for a second if he showed up to help on the last chapter. I would not be surprised in it for a second. Waspinator turns into confetti and survives, but Dinobot gets shot once and dies. Yeah. In that time, we have a joke with Leomon being a Krillin, so dying frequently. Yeah. Oh, Midori, no. This is, I guess, yeah, you've not been with us for the end of a stream so far yet, or the end of a game so far yet. This is what Cam does to me to make sure that he's not giving stuff away. He loves gaslighting me, and I've asked him to make sure that we can talk about, plot in a way that is not him accidentally, spoiling things. Come here to listen to me talk about politics and gender, and stay to watch my chat gaslight me about, what's happening. We have people saying, other people saying, wait, we have people saying, another people saying nobody. Now we need someone saying internet. Yeah. Yeah, I can never tell which, because the game is always afoot, so I'm never sure. Man, you want to comment so hard on that idea, but you'll wait for next week? Yeah, we're so close. Type it up somewhere, save it somewhere. I do want to hear the thought. I want to hear it. I'm curious. But yeah, we'll have to save it for next week. Glad we got 2 chapters in. So that we finished 40. We have till 42, right? It's not 43, I'm not mistaken. It's a long week to wait. No, it is. Put in a notepad. Yeah, I put into Google Docs. OG. Original Generations. Take care, Llama. I'm glad you stopped by. It's good to see you. You need something you've been cooking for years inside my head. Oh, I said something. Okay. I love that. That's fine. I can't wait to hear what it was. 42. Okay, sorry. Sick. Yeah, so we just finished 40. Yeah, so we have 2 left. Yes, that should put us on track to finishing this on Thursday. Or if not, we might do a post. We might do a post game discussion on Friday. Yeah, we'll see. I will figure it out. I want to do something. We definitely need to do something. We'll figure out what it looks like. Bye Drumker. You are waiting for the end of stream. Oh yeah, actually thank you for reminding me. I never used this. I made this. I should at least use this. It's not that much different, but then OG2 is OG1 with a lot of quick maps at the start. Okay, that is sort of what I figured. It does seem like this game is pretty pacey, or these games seem to be pretty pacey early on. So yeah, we might get through 4. Yeah, maybe we'll get through 4 the first couple times. It'll be nice. We got to chapter 8 in the first 2 streams, I think. Yeah. OG is 2 is quicker. Oh, cool. Okay. I'm here for that. Get me through more of these games faster so we can actually have a baseline to talk about things. But that will do things for me. This is still the week where we are watching up to episode 20 of Iron-Blooded Orphans. If you'd like to see my notes, they are over on the Discord. This upcoming week, so for Monday, we are watching 5 instead of 4 episodes of IBO because we want to finish season 1 such that we can move on to Divine Wars once we are done to keep it keep it contemporaneous to what we've just been playing. Then what else? This Monday is Fantasy Maiden Wars. We played Shadow Tensei last week. We finished up the waterfall map. We are on the actual fight with the Luigi of that game, if you were interested where we are placing it. What else? Oh, I believe I have an answer for my editing software. So I think Alpha should be back on. Wait to hear noise about that. I should know for sure by Monday, but that'll be nice to have that back. But otherwise, everything is else is business as usual. Divine Wars is coming. Do they do that at the beginning of that? Like how they say Super Robot Wars is coming in the complete box. If you put OG2 on GBA and PS2 at the same time, you'll get a surprise. I don't know if I'm going to keep that up, Midori. I do want to look into that a little bit. Maybe we'll consult some. It has definitely been a little fatiguing closer to the end, but these maps have gotten a little bit more dense. Yeah, we'll see what we do for OG2. Yeah, we'll see. We'll talk about it. That's what I would like to be the plan, but usually you don't join this stuff, but you want to rewatch Divine Wars. Yeah, I mean, like, don't feel like you have to join in. Like, just because you don't join in regularly does not mean you're not allowed to join in now. Like, please feel free to. Hello and goodbye, Panda Girl. Thank you for the unicorn. Stars in the CU. Excellent, perfect. Just the beginning of the games are enough. Okay. The intros are very different. Okay, cool. Okay. Also, apologize. I just like cracked my knuckles on the microphone. I'm so sorry. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, maybe we will consult and we can figure out exactly where the point is. Because like I would like to enjoy them, and I definitely feel like I was like rushing OG1 a little bit at the end. I've been rushing it a little bit at the end, but we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to Divine Wars. That'll start not this week, but not for this Monday, but next Monday. But that will do things for me. I need to go get dinner ready, so I will. If I don't see you live on Monday, hopefully I will see you in the Discord, and if not, I'll see you out in the stars. Good night, everybody.